Let's see. Did it all work? Find out. Ah, it did not work. I guess I missed something. What did I miss? Missed something. Twitch is not connected. Let's try it. Let's see what happens on Twitch. Okay, let's. Why is it offline? I don't get it. I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. It says it's connected. I don't know. Let's try again. Turn it on now that I'm... Oh, there it goes. I guess I have to have it on. Let's see. Is it going to pop up? Let's do a refresh. Or maybe I shouldn't. It still says offline and no session. Oh, there it goes. Hooray. Oh, there it goes. All right. We are here. Oops. That's supposed to be paused. Cool. All right, we're all in now. Got a new what do you call it? Destination. I made 4 different accounts on Twitch for 4 different types of videos. And yeah. So SemperFryLLC.com is right there. And boom, 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 boom. I got scrolled out a bunch of shit. And there it goes. Products. 15% off. Doesn't work on the 8 and 12 packs because those already have free shipping. All right, cool. Website, code. Website, code. Finger, crooked. Forever. All right. We are on. I'm not sure what to make of this. Something new. But yeah, very, very... I think this was the OG before, Kick. And then Crusaders. They're all the same layout, but they deny... At least AI denies that they're at all connected. It's like, I guess you can just rob people's stuff. I'm on Rumble. Yeah, that's cool. I think everything else is good. So this this title, Bogging for Change, Zaya Mafia shat me out. Donations appreciated. And then I wrote underneath, looks maxing, bone smashing, drugs, and filler. So this is actually a channel. I used to call it Truth Maxing. It's just going to be uploads of like other stuff. Maybe every once in a while I'll throw something on there. But it's just a fun throwaway channel. But I figured I'd use it as the thumbnail today. There we go. See, he's got aura. He's got the halo effect going on here. He's ascended, everybody. I don't know what happened to his foot. I guess they didn't think it was important when I did the cutout. Yeah, feet. That's not mocking material anyway, feet. Unless you're into that sort of thing. All right. Let's get going. So there's a lot of stuff. There's some House of Horror stuff in Ohio. In at least Dr. Monzo State. I don't know if it's a neck of the woods per se, but at least in the state. Dismissive Predation. So the name of the show tonight refers to a psychological or behavioral dynamic where an aggressor exploits or dominates a victim while actively invalidating the victim's feelings, reactions, or reality. Sounds a little narcissistic. By trivializing the harm they cause, the predator forces the victim into a state of doubt, dependency, and emotional isolation. Oh, but you remember, projection, when they're doing it to you, to claim that they're being the victim of it by you. That's the full circle right there. And yeah, those situations escalate quickly. Usually it starts with an attempt of framing you in a way and making you appear to the public a way that they want the public to perceive you in relation to them. You could say in an offhand way there's a lot of that going on, but there's a broken human attribute to this when it comes to relationships that's really, really, really dangerous. And could be a reason why very well-intentioned, good human beings find themselves in a lot of trouble and losing a lot of things because of manipulation, and the court's there to back it up. It's an approach that happens to fathers quite a lot, and the system hates strong families. So it's not so much that they favor the female. I mean, they've conditioned society to always trust that. Certainly, that couldn't be the manipulator. So it's got to be the male. He's the predator, right? It's crazy. So the father gets ripped away from the family, and everyone suffers for it, except for the manipulator, whose only true investment in the child is to make sure that there's a monopolization occurring, and they're manipulating them to have the same worldview and the same view of you as they have, which is detrimental to the child who probably loves both parents. But this is a thing, and it's just a thing to be cognizantly aware of. If it's happening to you and you have an eject button in your cockpit, press that thing. Okay? Press it. Just don't be like a goose and bump your head on the way out. In toxic relationships or interpersonal manipulation, dismissive predation describes how a predator uses language and emotional neglect to maintain control. Also, there's another thing too. It's the constant. It's kind of the oy vey effect, really, if you really want to think of who has perfected this craft, and that is to manipulate by antagonism, offhand setups, setting up a situation where they know you're going to respond because every natural human being would to the type of disrespect or insult or slander that they're doing in an offhand way. But you pick up on it because you're not an idiot, and then they use that as a reason to make a public scene where they're doing their best to call you crazy. And then everybody sees that, or the child sees that, completely at the detriment of the child because it's traumatizing the child. But they don't honestly truly care about that. And that's where the narcissism is revealed. And anyone who can never just take, yeah, that was a mistake of mine. They can't say that. That's always constantly thrown back at you. They can't accept reality. They have mental maturity of like a 5-year-old or maybe a 7. And any type of just conversational questions or not even criticism. Could you be talking with the person instead of at them? But they'll find a way to make it into an argument and then paint you out to be somehow bullying them or something. So they're not able to be talked to, and their delusion, their false impression of the world must be accepted by everyone around them whom they are trying to manipulate. Because walking outside of that would make them have to have a single introspective thought, self-analysis, and that's the one thing that they will freak out over rather than have to do. Invalidation. The aggressor minimizes the victim's emotional response. You're too sensitive. That never happened, causing the victim to second-guess their own sanity, a tactic closely tied to gaslighting. Breadcrumbing. The predator offers just enough affection or attention to keep the victim hooked while withholding real emotional support or commitment. Wow, Edward. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Very, very much. The goal? To make the victim feel that their distress is unwarranted, thereby isolating them and making them more dependent on the predator for validation. Right. So there's a few dynamics that are missing here. And what I see is maybe it's the interweaving for a goal. Like there's a purpose and a goal behind this. It's more like the baiting tactic. Like they're baiting a trap, and you know it's a trap. You're Hitler, and this is Poland, and you know it's a trap. But the atrocities are becoming so immense, and you can't ignore them. So finally, and then your own like self-respect kicks in. You're like, the fuck this. I'm not taking this anymore. And then the trap is sprung, and the outpouring of manipulation of the scene and all the details begins. Obviously, to paint you in a bad light, to what do you call that? Defamation of character. And they go through all that work rather than just, maybe concede that maybe they need to fix themselves. Maybe they're not over their own shit, their own trauma. Maybe they're self-deluded a little bit, a lot of it. But it's your fault. Your fault. And that's the role you play, because that's what the master manipulator or the abusive person, the abused abuser, becomes. They need to find that one anchor that won't do anything to leave them high and dry, and then they dismantle them as much as they can. It's a type of resentment for feeling dependent, rather than fixing the dependency thing, financially or whatever the case may be. They just quadruple down on the resentment and the hostility. If this if this makes no sense to anybody else, I'll move on. If this rings any bells with somebody, you know I'm talking about it. You're not alone. People fucking go through this. It's a thing. It is what it is. Why does it sound like half dead mode? Interesting. All right. And that says the economic and business strategy, predatory pricing. I don't think this has anything to do with the first one, but in economics, predation, which is not the same thing as dismissive predation, so I'm not sure why we're even discussing that. The dominant firm essentially dismisses that's not, shut up. Yeah, that's what you get from AI. It is kind of like two things that don't typically go together, but there is a way of understanding why this does come together in the unnatural, natural world that we happen to live in. Alrighty. Who needs feet, says Karen. Ooh, sounds like all of our exes. Nice find, Daniel. We're not the bad ones after all. The concept, the term popped in my head. I don't know if it's ever been used or people actually, if it's common practice use. I just typed it in to see what it would come up with. And then that's why I went through some augments to make sure that at least it fit more to maybe there was just a lot of things missing, I thought. So that's why I went through it. We're not the bad ones after all. Phew. Well, obviously it's our faults for breathing. Yeah, or being supportive, or, rescuing them from a life that they were stewing around in their own nonsense and failures and bullshit. But because they realize, then maybe they don't realize because they don't want to realize that has a lot to do with the fact that they have anything. And then crediting themselves for, this is the stablest I've ever been for as long as I've ever been. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Because who's actually paying for the life that is going on, right? Right. Not them. And Karen says, makes complete sense to me. Edward Snowman says, aloha, snack bar, Dan in chat. Yes, Edward. Thank you so very much. And Karen was kind enough to post it this time over here in the live chat. Yeah. Since it's a brand new thing, well, I just go ahead and do that over there. Let's see what happens. Scroll. I'll go drop this in the new place. I don't even know how to do that. My chat. Okay, right here, I guess. Wait. Right here. Blink. Like I'm expecting anybody to be here. I don't even know if there's a counter. Yeah, I guess you have to have people here before they even... Oh yeah, one viewer. It's me. I found me. Excellent. I'm fast on my way to 17 million.
Boom. Right there?
No, no. That was not what was trying to happen there.
Whose phone is this?
A black lesbian Jew was somebody's name on that. That's lesbian Jew was somebody's name. That wasn't trying to hear that in stereo. Is that a snake head? It is. What is that? What the fuck? Or is it a... Kind of looks like a... What do you call that thing? The Gila monster. I want that. I want the Gila monster. Give me the Gila monster. Son of a bitch. Oh, man. Apparently we're on the same wavelength tonight. I put a message in the Telegram for Dr. Monzo basically about the same topic, but shorter. I just saw something pop out, but I didn't get a chance to read it. All right, so we need to start with... this is kind of out of order. There's 30 minutes of just video clips here from news stations. So before we get into that, let's do a couple of things. Things. Let's go ahead and drop these. Boom, 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 boom. Not the... We'll do this one. Yeah. All right, I gotta make sure I shut this off from now on. That's the other one. Hi. If you're already listening to this as a podcast, please listen to it on Spreaker. That's the link above, or you can just like they're gonna see it. Look up the show name, and you'll be able to find me. Thank you. Yeah, just look it up. Under Ballbusters. So I don't know why I pointed at something. If it's gonna be audio, that's kind of funny. It was a nod to the audience that hey, when you guys do go on the go and you're using podcast formats, using a Spreaker. I guess that's what I'm going with anyway. Yeah, there's a couple here I should probably get rid of. Pew pew. And that's good enough. Oh yeah, this one I can get rid of for sure. I thought that one was already gone. All right, cool. So let's get into it.
Time I met Christopher Walken on the set of Suicide Kings, I go to say hi to him, and the first thing, as I'm walking up to him, the first thing he says to me is, I can see you coming.
I'm not sure why that's funny.
He goes, I had my Rottweiler. I go up to him, I go, and before I say anything, he goes, I can see you coming. And I just kind of freeze. And I had my Rottweiler with me. He goes, I can see your dog too. And I go, her name is Shirley. And he says, who cares? And I thought he cared because he brought it up, And he goes, I gotta know what happened to your dog, Shirley, Rottweiler. What happened to your dog's tail? It's gone. Where did it go? It's okay, you can tell me. And I'm just standing there like in this driveway going, where the fuck is my dog's tail? And then he gets like real close to me and he goes, it would be great to have a tail. And I'm cool, right? So I look back at him and I go, why? Why's that? And he goes, come on, if you had a tail, everyone would know. If you were angry or upset, they'd see you. They'd see you coming up the block. They'd say, get back. Look at his tail. He's crazy. And I go, well, you probably mean happy. Like, people know if you're happy. If you have a tail, you'd wag it because you're happy. And he goes, maybe you and your tail. Yeah, he just cut the ring off on me, right? And then he looked at me like it's my turn to talk.
I got nothing.
And I've never had a tail talk before. I looked down at the dog, and the dog's like, nah, not me.
Don't look at me, man.
And
shit.
I go, would you rather be able to fly or have a tail? That's what I got out. And he goes, a tail, of course. I go, you'd rather have a tail than be able to fly? He goes, you could always get on an airplane with your tail. Last time I met Christopher Walken on the set of Suicide Kings, I go to...
You can't fight the logic, I guess.
Hi, my name is Xander Nyhouse, and when I was 16 years old, my doctor injected the world's deadliest poison into my soft palate for a muscle spasm called palatal myoclonus. And he told me it was the safest option and that everything would be worn off in 3 months and that it was a very, very safe treatment option. And here I am, over 5 years later, still suffering with neurological defects and have been healing for the past 5 years straight, unable to work or go to school or do pretty much anything else.
Is he living in his car? Is that why he's got lights in it?
Except function and pray for other people. So I worked out every day and was very healthy, and it went straight to my brain and took me out of everything. And I think it's important for everyone to know that the world's deadliest poison gets...
Does that look like a body that works out every single day? I'm not trying to be rude to the kid. I'm just saying it doesn't look like he was doing all that before. He's got a Rottweiler too. Funny how that all came together.
Injected into people every single day for wrinkles and medical problems, but very unnecessary reasons. And I am deemed disabled. I get money from the government. I get your guys' tax money because the world's deadliest poison was injected into me. And prior to that, I was in high school. I was in college when I was 16 in my junior year. I was going to have most of my associate's degree done by the time I was out of high school. I was already planning to be a pilot. I went to a class at the Flint International Airport, and I couldn't even fly after I got Botox. I couldn't do anything because of Botox. It ravaged my entire body. And now I get money for housing, I get money for Social Security and food benefits. So this is the amount I get for Social Security, $994 a month, plus they add on like 14 every once in a while, so it's over $1,000 a month of government money I'm getting because I was injected with the world's deadliest poison. And then for food...
You keep saying that. Most Botox, like the doctor fucked up. Well, they were using it for something other than cosmetically, I guess, and that's where the problem happened? That's odd.
Here's $261 a month, and that's all from the state of Michigan because I got the world's deadliest poison injected into my throat by my doctor, and it went straight to my brain, causing me to have severe brain damage for years, and it's just now healing because of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. But no other man could help me, no doctor can help me. It's crazy.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe because doctors are retards and poisoning in the first place, you shouldn't go back to doctors to fix the problem. You should probably go to a naturopathic doctor. And you should learn about the 90 essential nutrients and some sort of detox program. That's probably found on Dr. Glidden's site. I'm not trying to be, because his information is good, is my point. It may be, some energetic healing too, because going back to the same mousetrap that slapped closed on you once, it's not a really good place to go back for the solution. Oh, here's some really stupid shit. You ready for this? Anybody out there who's ever fired a firearm, who's ever learned the proper respect for one, who's ever learned what you sure as hell don't do? Like the reason why I beyond all the other things that are very suspect about Stu, the fact that he has these mock photos of special agents because he's so racy and so dangerous in his I'll show you if it's still up there. I think he's not smart enough to take it down, so let's go to Stu Peters. You ready? Look at this. Do you think that's funny? Not to mention the fact that that is not even the fucking Stu Peters. That's just whatever the hell CGI overlay of his face is. Doesn't look a shit It doesn't look a shit ton like him at all, you know? So anyway, so he's got these, and you don't play games. Loaded, unloaded, mock, goof, whatever. It's improper practice, and it's poor behavior to be showing to the public. There's a responsibility and a maturity that is lost in doing something like that. And he has a bunch of these stupid little gay pictures of himself doing that. It's all from the same photo shoot. No, I guess I'm not. Not from that, I guess. You saw the close up anyway. It used to be scattered all over his Twitter, but at least we found the one that's the close up of the rest of their nonsense. That's just stupid. But there's a bunch of them where he's like, I got my megaphone in my hand. That's all I need. My bullhorn. So more of that type of retarded behavior coming up. Ready? Yeah, they're shooting right next to the guy. While he's shooting, they're shooting at him.
You know, I've seen some really stupid stuff on social media. I mean, some really stupid stuff. If the top tier 1 organizations in the world are not doing that.
Even when they go scorched earth in like a simulation, like you're going through a gauntlet, you're doing the stuff, and they have like there are actual explosions and stuff like that, or actual gunfire, but it's done in a way that's not at or coming. You know what I mean? It's the layer of the texture of simulated combat, but it's not like that. That's fucking stupid. Dumbest thing he's ever seen, and it looks like he's a pool guy. No, I don't know if they exist.
Then why would you do it? Millions of dollars poured in to one operator in his training, and they don't ever do this right here. This is the stupidest thing that I have seen in a long time, and I am being aggressively polite here. Touch point!
And as close as they are. This guy, all right, so there's a criticism out there that I think is pretty valid, and on YouTube and other places, this has been made very clear by the viewers of said platforms that this is just something you don't do because it's lazy. It's lazy to just basically rehash somebody's video without any commentary, without any analysis, speculation. You just stay quiet. You point. You do this. You do that. You make your gestures, or you do nothing except nod your head and wait and roll your eyebrows up every once in a while to someone else's video. I understand you're helping the message get around, but when you're making money off of it, it's not about that anymore. When you're at the point where you're not just sharing it because you're, trying to what you find important to be spread around. No, when there's a financial incentive in it, I don't care. I don't care what the hell. Like, this isn't even okay. This is the guy whose Instagram it came from. At least he did that. Not everybody does that, but it's just a little silly. Like, do some sort of commentary, do some sort of analysis, do some sort of something. If they got it all, then just do the little rolly thing and just repost it on your thing like that. Don't make yourself the main character syndrome of the post and then have a little square of it or an overlay where you're like doing this thing. Like this, that's Penguin Zero or Moist Critical. He has criticized and been criticized for doing things like that before, but he was trying to be helpful in in his defense, there was a reaction to it. And then they say also that reaction videos are somehow lazy. I don't agree with that, because when it depends on what it is. Is it analysis? Are you adding to it? Are you taking something that you think is a good starting point and then trying to, enhance it by the stuff that that relates to the same topic, and trying to give it a fuller picture for people to, have more questions answered, more boxes checked, a firmer understanding of how it fits into other bigger topics or longer, historical trends or whatever, then that's good, because you're adding something to it. But just pointing at it or just replaying it, and I'm not trying to beat on this guy because he's cool, but I just think that it's funny that this is still going on and not criticized when YouTube has already chewed people up and spit them out for the very same thing.
I got a certified letter from a police department today. Actually, I didn't get the actual letter. I got
Not the topic, but the type of video. Now, this is about the flock.
little sticky note on my door. I was shopping at the greenhouse, came home, saw a sticky note saying I had to sign for a letter from this police department in another state. But it didn't give me the address or the city of where it was. The only reason I knew is because I get informed delivery notifications, and I went and looked at that, saw a copy of the certified letter, the outside of the envelope, looked up the police department name. So call the police department. And the lady's like, "Oh, are you calling about some citation things?" That said citation on the thing when I looked at it in the informed delivery. And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Oh, it's not our department." She said, "We're getting all of these calls from this other police department. You're looking for some police department in some other state." And I'm like, "Okay, that's weird." Now we are on police department number 2 in a completely different state, but the return address is a PO box in another completely different state on the other side of the country. I'm like, things are getting weird.
Yep.
Okay, so we call police department number 2.
So this is the zigzag bullshit, interdependence, confusion. Everybody just gives up and finally pays the ticket type of thing. And I don't know if we went over this video, but there was another video that stated that certain types of camera tickets are done by a corporate. Well, everything's corporatocracy. We already know that. We already know it's corporate, but it doesn't hold any weight in the corporate, court system. So if you pay it, you're kind of getting duped. So there's that also happening. So be aware of that. And look things up before, if you get screwed over by one of these things. Public service announcement, everybody. Make sure that you can identify that there's some legitimacy, like there's some actual weight to it, where if you don't pay it and you tell them to fuck themselves because this is incredibly wrong and invasive, that it's not going to be something that suspends some other bullshit that you're not supposed to be forced to have either. All right? So, because a lot of times it's tricking people, especially boomers, especially people that just assume, "Oh, that's the authority. I better go do what they say." They want to be hurt by them. They're going to take a lot of money from people, and they don't have any way of enforcing it. So just be aware where it comes from, what it says, verify it, see if there's an actual court proceeding that's attached to it, and not just a fluff job type of manipulation to make it look and appear more official than it is, because it's the third party company that's trying to enforce their findings utilizing this type of equipment. So just be aware that there's 2 different types out there. Allegedly, apparently, that's what people have been saying online, and I wouldn't be screwed over by this. I have fought and said this to a lot of tickets in the past because they're bullshit. I went through someplace in like Rome, New York, and then it's a little south, Catskills beneath that. I was going on my way to I think I was going to Manhattan once, and I got pulled over for window tint, and there was no tint on my car. But it was fucking cadets. They were training, so they're just pulling everybody over. I'm like, fuck you. So for years, I told them no. And then finally they extorted it out of me because they were suspending everything. And I drove suspended out of spite in New York. And then, they'd pull you over and take your car forever. So that got expensive.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's from a flock camera right off of the highway, pretty much admitted that it is a speed trap where you're coming off of the highway and it goes from like 65 or 70 to 35. And you have 50 feet to figure it out. I'm not even sure there was a sign showing it because I wasn't even the one driving, you guys. I have got a ticket for a vehicle that is registered under me, but I was not the driver. But I am liable for this ticket. And she's like, well, she's like, it's not a criminal ticket, it's just a civil ticket. So if you don't pay it, they can just add late fees and like put it on your credit and all of that. And I'm like, I wasn't driving the vehicle. And I don't feel like I need to disclose to you who was driving the vehicle. There were no police officers nearby. This is a camera. This is a flock camera. This is the surveillance system that I am talking about. And I got off easy. Do you know how many stories I've heard of people getting criminally charged or having police come to their houses and arresting them because the flock camera thought a 0 was the letter O or an L was the number 1. This is happening to Americans. We are being wrongly accused of violations and crimes that we are not doing by these surveillance cameras, no human interaction, and they're wrong. And we have to prove that we are innocent. We are guilty until proven innocent with these AI flock cameras.
Where's the forward button?
I'm so pissed off.
Yeah. So there's that. Twice.
Who was going to tell me? You're not supposed to jack the car up and then set it down on the jack stand. You're supposed to jack the car up, take the jack, put it over the jack stand, and then when you lower the car, the jack sits perfectly on the jack stand. It's a jack stand. A stand for jacks, not a car stand. I feel like an idiot. Who was going to...
Well, why do you get 2 of them then? No? Not doing that one? Alright. Ooh. Woo. Oh boy. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, here it goes. Yeah, this kind of goes in line with what we were discussing earlier. And Dominic Izzo says 100% true that they do this. 100% true. I'll just injure myself and get him thrown in jail. Yep. This happened to me. Cops don't care about false allegations. No, they care about who calls in what. That's all. They've been eager to do something and exert all their aggression on somebody. And when they get a call, they're not interested in what's lawfully at their disposal to do. They don't care if it's code of law. They certainly don't care if the allegation or the accusation holds any weight in reality. Tell it to the judge, basically, is the attitude, and they're gonna fuck you up, and they're gonna do. There is no Bill of Rights protecting you. The only way that's enforced is by force, because it's not embedded into the system. It's not even the same system. It's commerce law. It's corporate law. We're property, according to them. And they're laughing.
Premeditated false accusations of domestic violence against her boyfriend. Women have absolutely zero problem lying about this. This isn't rare. Her friend is filming, laughing, and giving her instructions.
Do your forehead again.
Forehead with it. Do your forehead. That would have been a good one.
They have no problem with it. They give each other instructions for false accusations and lying. They give each other instructions to drain the bank accounts, get that restraining order, keep you from even returning to your own home. They do not fucking care. This is how they kidnap and abuse children, using the family court and using the police 24/7.
Nope. What are you gonna do if he's lying and you're just abusing yourself for no reason?
So we live in a system where this is the cop-out and there's no beating it. Police support it. The new simp next boyfriend fucking believes it.
It's a cop out and there's no beating it. Does he realize that he just punned twice in a row?
Without any question. Oh, he was abusive? Oh, you're gonna sleep with me? I'll help you keep those kids away from him.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be ready. Yep.
This bitch who's laughing is ridiculous. Even though she is encouraging her asshole lying friend to hurt herself. This is bone smashing in all places but your cheeks. Well, she did do her forehead, I think. Now this girl inspired clavicular, I think.
Do your forehead one more time.
Yeah, hard. Do your forehead really hard. You a-hole. First chat being AI viewers stream boo.com. What does that mean? I can't even tell what the hell's what. First time chat for nobody being here. That's interesting. I guess it is a bot. I don't care. I just let it run its thing. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. Let's see what this is.
I'm sure most of you guys already know about it, but in case you don't, there it is. Let's see what people have to say about it.
Baby found dead at Electric Forest Music Festival. The gestational age is irrelevant to this. He was born alive. The end. That's all you need to know. That is murder. Period. The original redheaded stepchild. I don't know if I missed this in the first time I watched this. If this is supposed to be the mother and why she's not, if ever there was going to be police brutality of some sort, why not smash her head against a couple countertops?
They're not telling us the gestational age of that fetus from Electric.
Okay, so no, it's not her. It's just somebody with a stupid, retarded take on it that's analyzing things that don't matter to cover. This is what females do, right? If it's something that they would want to have the freedom to do, they're going to call it a right. It's going to call it their body, their choice. They're going to do all the Jewish talking points to make evil into something good and liberating. And they're going to go to the defense because nobody who has these things seems to want accountability in their lives. They don't want any consequences for their actions. And that includes their promiscuity, or any sense of having to have responsibility coming with the advent of a child, especially when it's so inconvenient that poor girl was pregnant and gave birth at her planned music festival. I mean, what nerve that baby had. She probably got pregnant at a fucking festival.
Reason because it's very beneficial to anti-reproductive.
What happened to her face? I'm not saying take things. I'm just saying maybe watch your shitty diet and that look at this. Does this person look like they're the brightest star in the universe? Apart from the fact that she's probably a pothead, which I can't stand, by the way. I never again will I tolerate, if I ever have the chance, never again will I tolerate any type of behavior like that, any type of habit like that. I can't stand it in the first place. I can't stand being around it, having it in my system, or having to deal with people who think that they're perfectly fine because they're self-deluded when they're smoking. And they think that they need it to function, when all it does is make them really hypersensitive and defensive. Because they're still trying to operate in real life when nobody else is getting high too. It's not a party. So everything is super heightened enough, and they manipulate because they're not here. They're not in the real world. but they're convincing themselves that they're better at everything. And you know, it's like being possessed by some sort of demonic force that wants to fucking destroy them and everyone who's around them. So this not so bright looking. I'm looking at the eyeballs here, and I'm looking at the overall skin complexion, and I'm seeing somebody who's probably a really stupid bitch, if I may be so bold.
Reproductive rights discourse.
Oh, yeah, that's what we should be focused on, but I'll help you out here. Breathing. And they know that based off of what was inside the baby after the autopsy. And listen, I understand you see any responsibility as trash, but you have to think about this for a second. That baby was alive just long enough to inhale the exact same stuff that you spew into this world. And you make a bunch of different excuses as to why this person may have done it, and I get it, because the less accountable you make everybody, it makes you feel like less of a piece of shit. But here's the thing, there are no excuses. They were in Michigan, to where they let you get rid of the baby at any gestational age. Well, it could have been a cryptic pregnancy, maybe, but you know, cryptic birth's not a thing. But hey, if you could just...
Yeah, it could have been that the bitch was so fat she didn't even realize she was pregnant. That's happened before.
Jump to conclusions. Okay, I'll give you mine. This lady went there, baby popped out. She went, I'd rather be rolling on E than a rolling baby. She's not gonna let anything ruin her fun. You know, they say that slippery slope thing is a fallacy, and I keep just seeing it happening over and over again, to the point to where we have feminists now that think that means that women can do no wrong. And I understand. You don't know what she is going through. I don't have to. She's a piece of shit. And I get it. You guys need to use mental health to explain away so many things, because without that, what are you? Outside of useless. And I understand you've made these echo chambers and communities to explain everything away to make yourself feel better, but here in the real world, you...
Right, and that's where the support comes from, because the parasitic vampiric cult of child killers has also infected society with this reality dodging disease. And the more reality that you dodge and you manipulate and you live in your own false reality, the more it's encouraged. And the way they encourage that is by validating it, legitimizing it. They do so through the court systems when you're full of shit and it fucks up a family. They do it when it comes to genders. They do it when it comes to females and all of their emotional triggers. They do it from accusations alone. They do it for everything. Because the more people are living outside of reality, the easier they are to manipulate, because they're not able to function in the real world. And you keep on putting them right back in that comfort zone that they think they're protected in that artificial world that they've created for themselves, their own little microcosm. Tell me I'm wrong. Then I'll tell you you're a liar. And then we can toilet paper each other's houses. But mine will be dirty.
Or exactly as worthless as you think you are.
The toilet paper, not the house.
And to the woman who did this, I can't tell you what the gender of the baby was, but what I can tell you is I'm hoping for sepsis. Try not to be super serious in my post, but this one, I don't know, this one hit me hard. Especially when you got that country blumpkin over there just saying dumbass shit, stupid bitch. She's, rest in peace, little one. And get fuck cunt mother. More things about okay, bye. Whoop. I'm sure.
Baby found dead, Electric Forest Music Festival. Porta Potty was born alive, reports. In a music festival, Porta Potty. Discarded like shit. She dropped it and left it. I don't want to deal with that. I'm too fucked up right now. Could you imagine being that detached? I don't see a lot of wood chippers in this one. Why is that? Is it not okay to do that when it comes to a female? I disagree. I strongly disagree. Oh, so I thought that this meant the unhackable animal, like they've gotten to the point now where there's no way that they're going to, we're going to be able to resist. Is what but that was the name of that woman that I had played that almost very large clip. It was Richie from Boston who had reposted it, and it was from the Substack of this woman. Remember the microscopy girl? And we were seeing all the types of... I'm sure Dr. Alonzo would have been really interested in that episode. But all the nanoparticulates and all the plastics that were like bioplastics and all the stuff in the people's blood. Her own vehicle killed her, ran her over. Unhackable Animal on Substack was ran over by her own truck and killed at the end of June. Remember how everything's remote now, right? If it was a newer vehicle, you know for a fact that that was foul play, probably. She was doing the most important microscopy work, says this person. This is not my quotes. She wrote a book recently showing evidence under the microscope of nanotechnology found in literally everything. Rest in peace. You will be remembered. I will be using your work to help stop agendas. Okay. This 85-pound crusader here was going to solve the problem. So everybody, it's okay. It'll be fine. You guys remember that? You remember the wolf and then the I forgot what the faces were were like the little things in between. You're like freedom warrior woman, independent research, microscopy, photographer. Let's see if they're still up on Substack. We didn't go to her Substack. We went to the video that was on. Let's see. What was her name? I just fucking lost it. I just was looking at it. Unhackable Animal. And I did at the end. If you see it before me, let me know. No. Oh, there it is. She's still up. I didn't ask for dark mode, you pieces of shit. I hate when they do that. I like bright. Fuck you. To subscribe, you have to pay. Then I don't want to do that. Photographic microscopic investigation and research on nanotechnology, synthetic biology, and transhumanist agenda. Remember the transhumanism book that we were reading by Livingstone? Not all the things he said in there were accurate, but a lot of things he did bring to light were pretty well done. And a lot of the other stuff was I don't know. Well, let's just put it this way. When I found out he was Muslim, he lost points with me. Not because if he told me he was Christian, it would have been any better. It's just, it would have been better if he said, like, yeah, no, I don't follow the Abrahamic death cult lies, period. And I would have fist bumped him, but that didn't happen. Their logo makes sense now. Yeah. Right? Right? Now let's see if we can get to a spot where there's posts. I don't see anything from anybody else in her. I guess she didn't have a lot of that was June. I'm guessing she doesn't have a lot of family. That would have been like, hey, we're sorry to inform you that this, that, and the other thing's happening. And so where's all of her shit? I don't care who her followers are. I think it's kind of shitty that they let you know who everybody is that follows somebody. It's not everybody's business, whatever. You know, oh, is that a fractal? All right, well, I'm not getting anywhere this way. And I went, this is hilarious that she was selling shit like that. That's, what the fuck are you thinking? What the fuck are you thinking? I know what they were thinking. She wasn't thinking. She wasn't thinking in hey, you know, I take for granted that I have Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo in my life teaching me the right way and showing me things because they both line up because it's reality. It's like, it's not their stuff. It's not, they don't own it. It's not their signature and it's not their patent. It's, you need minerals and you need to find it in a bioavailable form. After that, vitamins are a lot easier to come by. And so are essential fatty acids, but the minerals in an absorbable form, that's the big one right there. And then understanding that you need, like, you know, copper, collagen, and shit like that. And you need to be taking more minerals when you're doing more work. And if you're stripping your body, the whole thing that comes with the nutrition of the 12 bad foods, like when that's all put together and then you just do a detox and you do it legitimately, maybe you fast once a week, once a month, give your body a little downtime, like let the refinery get cleaned every once in a while rather than trying to constantly pump out more petro, right? Just let the refinery clean itself. And let that energy be that would normally be used for digestion to use in the rest of you while you're still taking your minerals at the very least. Because the minerals would be required for any type of reparative detoxification process that would happen simply from doing a fast. I don't know how to do this. Is it because I'm retarded? Probably is, right? But I don't really know how to get to a person's. I see posts here, but I'm not seeing. You fucking cock. I don't know. I don't know if I even have one. Do I? Let's go with that. Oh, fuck all that. I'm not going to do all that. Fuck off. But you know. Alright, so let's go. We'll do this. I'll show you from Richie from Boston. Just so you know, I'm not crazy. I can't remember what video thumbnail it was, but it wasn't that long ago. Thought it was some sexual position, and then I realized what I was looking at. And then I knew for a fact it was. All right, where is it? Where we at? Ew. Is it on this one? They are using harp. This is going inside. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Here. For those of you watching the video, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to twitch it out. That's what it means. That's what they're actually saying. You twitch out after 5 seconds of attention span. It's like when Dr. Venkman was pressing the button and the guy's gum flies out of his mouth. I didn't know you were going to be giving me electric shocks. You volunteered, didn't you? We're paying you, aren't we? I've watched Ghostbusters a lot. A lot. There. All right, so let me scroll up and look at some chats here. There's a lot of talking, which I like. I like that a lot. Who needs feet? Okay, we got it there. Make complete sense. A lot of snack bar. Apparently didn't die. How do you afford your rock and roll? Okay, so apparently we're the same wavelength tonight. We already said that. And then someone says, how do you afford your rock and roll lifestyle? If you're actually asking me and not something that you're responding to, I don't have a rock and roll lifestyle. I would love just to be able to fix my fucking van because it's going to not be working soon. And I've got no way of doing anything about it right now. So yeah, tomorrow I might be doing some desperate things. We'll see how that goes. It's not going to have anything to do with, hand gestures or anything. It's not like that. It's just, Karen says, trying to help someone that asks for help but doesn't want and does not and does. Oh, wait a second. Trying to help someone that asks for help but doesn't want and does and not. And yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Those people, you know what you do? What did Dr. Glidden say last time? Let the dead bury the dead. That's emotional abuse in and of itself. I know we're not talking about the same topic as we were earlier tonight, but that's that. It's like when they finally feel confident because they look something up or another doctor got in their ear or their own, and they automatically just trust the new bullshit because the last bullshit didn't work, and they trust the new bullshit, and they're gonna do that. And yeah. Someone else gave me answers, words. I know I asked you because I was desperate. I was slumming back then, but now the MD has spoken. And then they're gonna have disappointment again, and then they're gonna come back to you and be like, "So about that thing," and you'd be like, "Really, fucking really?" And then you'll start to tell them and be like, "Oh wait! I just saw. I looked it up on Google, and I called my doctor. I called the nurse. What they call it? The nurses. What do they call that when you call the nurses hotline at a hospital, or whatever, or clinic. If you're VA, it's something that you do. And they recommended, or they approved of that. So I'm doing that. And then when that fucks up, they're like, oh, yeah, so about that thing. Yeah, you're like, cut it off. Karen says, well, obviously we get naked and stuff. We keep forgetting the shower doesn't count. Hence why we're low on funds. I missed something. Something probably pretty big. That alone was almost a pun. Oh, before I forget, I'm sending you a Telegram message. Don't read it now. I'll do the if it's an issue. What does that mean? Oh, what's this? Would this be? And Rich Snowman says, cake rock and roll lifestyle. Oh, this song. Velvet. So see how this has been doing this a lot lately? Spinning forever. That's an old song.
How much did you pay for your bad Moto Guzzi? And
yeah, I can't play that here right now. I need to skip around. Karen, above is the source of the phrase, how do you afford your rock and roll lifestyle? Oh, I'll save it. Okay, it says, but I thought my explanation was pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, you guys are do your own thing. So Flock and tons more believe, sorry, hold on. Flock and tons more, I believe they've been in place since 2002. It's just now hitting the headlines. We're all a tick behind on this. No, it's because they're installing a lot more, and they're not installing them properly. They're not installed in breakaways, and they're being more invasive, and they're being more actively pushed to be the law enforcement or an extra form of it, an extra layer, and it's more invasive. Yeah, we've had cameras on traffic, intersections for a long time in a couple other places, and they're all integrated. Even if it's third party, Flock handles their metadata or their data, whatever you want to call it, the processing of it. So it's still being submitted to the same source, and that source lets it wide open on the internet so anybody can have access to it, as Ben Jordan has shown and proved. So anybody wants to stalk you, plausible deniability. You don't know if it's happening from a federal agency who wants to steal your children for their little cult, and you don't know if it's some random asshole who is either the internet person themselves looking up stuff, seeking victims, or they got an order because someone was scrolling through profiles on the internet, like a catalog, like a Sears catalog, and said, get me that one. And then they started targeting somebody in your family for pickup. And they know all your habits, routines, and when you turn your back for 5 seconds, and then all their little tunnel dwellers come up and go snatch and bring them right back in. Karen says, however, now they're enforcing their IDF, etc. training in tech. Karen said, what the fuck? Oh my God, what the hell? The women hammer video, and they're freaking laughing, bitches. Yep. Totally making a joke out of anyone, female or male, that's physically gone through that. Exactly. What's up, First Fire? Let's see what that icon is. Looks like somebody on a bench. Heavens. No, First Fire's been here before. He may have been on the other platforms, but yeah, he's been here. They're already God's chosen sex with moral immunity to physical and sexual abuse. They can be a happy-go-lucky, no boundaries, no regrets psychopath. They can play on the ruins of their victims' lives. The Shekinah. Yeah. The thing that the smelly penguins like to dry hump when they get to that wall. That Roman that Roman wall. Because none of their history is real. Edward Snowman said that one, by the way. And then, I meant, have you been in this? Yes, yep. We've created a monster. Cash for clunkers, says First Fire. Who was run over by their truck? I don't recall that name or story. Geoengineering watchdog. That's Jim Lee, I believe, isn't it? Jim Lee's a friend of mine. Well, we haven't spoken in a while, but Dane Wigington was run over. Oh no, Dan is talking about. Yeah, it was a female. Yeah, that's the one. The microscopy. It's got nothing to do with Dane for sure. No. Keep adding more fuel to the fire because it'll help the doctors get you to 6 feet under faster. Be a helper. You ready? No, don't do that. People who ask for things and then they don't want. There's a couple other things that happen too. Like, speaking of, since we're on the topic of females, I'm not trying to dump on anybody, but this is another thing. Men are problem solvers. Don't complain about something if you don't want to hear what would be considered a solution, or them just stepping in to fix the problem that seems, by your description, is too overwhelming for you to handle. So if they fix something and then you get mad about it, that's your fault for bitching about it. Because if a solution is seen, that is what we do. We solve problems. Don't tell this problem solver about a problem if you don't want it solved. Karen says he believes in climate change. Not all of his information is wrong, but he does a lot of fear porn, in my opinion. Let me upload a video, and he played it years ago. Stratospheric aerosol injection is real. Yeah, we know. Yeah, they've been able to do that for a while. That's what the 2023 that happened. Everybody was waiting for car lots to fill back up after the whole COVID bullshit era of 2 years deep. And the reason, climate viewer, but also I understand that, but his websites are not the same. There's 3 or 4 different ones that were out there, and each one was like the history. And then the other one was this, and then there was Climate Viewer. I know what Jim does, but he has other names for different things. Yeah, so the reason why the car lots weren't filling up is because they were being mandated way back when to have, in the midst of all the nonsense of everybody losing their jobs anyway and everything else happening, and, disposable income and going out the door, and everybody wearing masks like retards still 3 years deep into it, going on the third one. And they were very sparse, even in this town, for vehicles because they had to come back now with kill switches in them. Yeah, I'm not surprised OnStar could. Well, that's communications, which means a Bluetooth, right? Or some sort of Wi-Fi. Anything with Wi-Fi has a potential of, at least depending on what it's like, that part would have to be connected to something else. The software would have to be connected to something mechanical, or the mechanical would have to be able to be manipulated by the software. So I don't know how integrated 2001 was. I know OnStar could probably be manipulated, but I don't know if they could manipulate the functions. I don't know if it could pop it out of drive, unless it doesn't require it to be manually moved. Like, I don't understand how that would, or pop it out of park, I mean. So, but yeah, they're definitely much more remote controlled now than they were then, I would imagine. I would love to have a 2004 Cadillac Escalade. It would probably be dirt cheap, and I just want my van fixed. God damn it! I don't care if I have to. I'm gonna have to probably sink a decent amount into it, but I would love to just. Somebody said something nice about it. Just yesterday before, while I was picking up all the crap for the party, the girl who brought over my stuff said, "That's really nice. You go and visit or try." I never know when somebody's like flirting. I don't even pick up on it. But if looking back in hindsight, she may have been. Doesn't matter. There's nothing I can do about it. Not in the situation I'm in, unless she likes a crowded house. Not not Shekinah. I was calling the fake injury ladies God's chosen sex because they're working together to destroy the lives of outsiders. Oh, I know, but when you're saying the God's chosen sex, what I was referring to is like because L, the matriarchy, and then what is it that they still venerate in their sick weird way with the whole mother son cult aspect. It was like connecting a bunch of things until I get to the end because I know you know all this stuff, so I didn't like go do the remedial boring thing for you and insult your intelligence. I was going to the what is now representative or some sort of evidence to the fact that it's still a matriarchal cult, because they don't want people to actually really see that. Usually it's kind of a clouded thing. You don't see a bunch of rabbis with natural long hair. No, you see them with the peyotes. It's not really a lot of females, so it's like, so what are they doing? And then they're doing the dry humping thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's a Shekinah. So that's the reason why I said that. Because I was like, yeah, that kind of ties back to El or Elu. And hey, how do you venerate your sorceress whore? By dry humping her her ethereal force. That's how you do it. Give her all the energy she needs. Essentially committing blood libel. And then Karen says an SOS button. Most newer cars had it back then, especially if reported stolen. It was a selling point back then for my. So what would that do? Would it be like a disable button? Or like you wouldn't be able to press it if it was being stolen. So that would be kind of silly. Like, or maybe on your keychain, I guess. Edward Snowman says, Dan, I see. Or locking yourself out, etc. I'm typing so. Okay. Let's do one of the, well, yeah, I already read them all, so I can do a refresh just to see what's up. Yeah, I already read them all. All right. 800-pound could do it. Do you guys remember Palm Pilots? They had little stylus that went with them. They were like before Blackberries, but they're kind of like, but they have a screen. You could actually have your a virtual desktop of your computer sometimes on them if you had like an expensive one. You could train those to be like your garage door opener or your automatic door lock, just on the Palm Pilot. Because a friend of mine in the Coast Guard, he was doing that because he was kind of like showing off that he knew how to do techie shit, right? So he would like unlock his friends' doors with his Palm Pilot. And I'm like, well, if you can do that, how many other remote things could just override your freaking auto locks like that? It's like, how does that help? Thank you, First Fire. Oh yeah, you know what? Let me go back to that and just let me go say the thank yous here because I'm seeing them happening. So First Fire bought you coffee. All the new cars spy on you. I have a 2005 CRV and it has so much tech, it's insane. Yeah, I would imagine that it'd be very expensive to try to fix simple things too, which I do not envy you for at all. Because that is just caca. And there's too many things that are plastic now and too many things that have digital locks that they want you to go back to the dealership with. And it's only 2026 cars are even worse, but they're getting there. Jalen Swimmers. I don't know. I'm assuming that's a different name than what you use on Rumble. So if I don't know that, I apologize. I do. I don't know what that is. And it says, let the Edamaxing commence, my good Tsar. It is time for the reign of reason. Yes. We can do some of that tomorrow. And Edward Silvan says, for working hard on a Sunday night, busting some ball. You are the man as well. 17 coffees, Jalen with 6. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Yes, maybe there'll be a light at the end of the tunnel and it won't just be someone's butthole. That would be fantastic. So far, it's more butts. It's just one butt and another butt. It's just like the human centipede of shit that you got to kind of like navigate through. Got to get a good walking stick in so you don't lose your footing. So we were in the middle of this. So here we go.
Hi, everyone. This is Freedom Warrior Woman, independent researcher and microscopy photographer.
That's not maybe the best picture unless she was you know, that's like too much coffee, and maybe that powder wasn't sugar.
Hackable animal at substack.com.
Humans are now hackable animals.
Yeah, we saw this. This was that thing, but I don't know why it's like, this is one of these guys.
You know, the whole idea that humans have, you know, this, they have this soul or spirit and they have free.
I want to. It's not going to take very long for him to get to for this to get to the point. I don't think, but it's irritating to me because we already watched. Like, we already know that this clip exists, but we also have already watched this video in its entirety. So he didn't really do a whole lot to like get. You know what I mean? He's like, let's start from the beginning. That's a good way to show that you took time to edit something to get to the fucking points of the matter.
Real, and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will. That's over.
It says nanotech and masterpiece zeolite from unhackable animal in masterpiece zeolite. Master PEACE, not PIECE. I think I have that in my cabinet.
Today, we have
life of a woman who was accidentally run over by her own truck. This incident took place on Wednesday at about 4:45 in the afternoon when a woman who lives on the western outskirts of Sebastopol on Burnside Road got into her truck to go somewhere, but then got out and walked around to the back side of it as it began to roll backwards down the hill. Her quick instinct was to try to stop the truck from rolling by pushing against it.
So did she just not have it in park? Like, what did she do? Kick it into neutral? I don't get it. You know what I mean? She got out because. All right, where did she get out though? Was it in her driveway? Was the driveway a slanted hill? I mean, where was she? She driving down the road and she got out and said, "You know what? I want to do a Chinese fire drill, and you're not going to stop me." And then the car's like, "Oh yeah."
But it was way too heavy for her to stop, and
No
it
shit.
knocked her over and rolled over her, causing traumatic internal injuries. She was taken to Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital.
Yeah, but that sounds like a kickback in reverse, like with speed. Like you know what I mean? Like if it's just rolling at you and it's not thudding you, like if they said the natural response was to try to stop it from rolling down the hill, and it was just too heavy for her. Okay, but at the point that you realize that it's going to keep going, wouldn't you just get the fuck out of the way so it doesn't kill you? Wouldn't that be kind of easy to do? Unless it was coming at you with such force that it knocked your ass down like immediately and ran you over. Did the truck also roll back up the hill and hit her again? Because that would totally be natural.
But unfortunately, she wasn't able to be saved and passed away from her injuries. Her identity hasn't been released yet. Our condolences go out to her family.
Unhackable animal. Her name is.
She seems like the type of person that would. I'm not trying to be rude, but are those the eyes of microscopy right there? Is that what happens to you? Could he have paused it at any other time? Is he that like unaware? Like is that the picture you want people to remember her face by? Like it's just a frame in you know a snapshot of time. It's a video where I'm sure her face relaxed immediately after and immediately before, but why take that pause and say, remember this totally not crazy person, and here's the proof, look at her. Like this is almost like satire or like parody. It's comic relief for people who are too dense to realize that it's maybe not the best look. Let's see if we can find a picture of her. DED. That's how I spell it. Fuck you. It says, because your prompt contains a mix of disconnected keywords. Fuck you, AI, you faggot. So I'm not seeing anything to corroborate this yet. But fuck you, AI. You fucking cocksucking homo. It's calling me crazy. I'm going to tell it to fuck off. No. Again, wrong. Okay. Well, what was her other name? Freedom Vagina or something? Freedom. I don't see it now. Damn it. I love how people go off in the comments without ever doing the, like, let's make sure. Nobody ever does that. It's like, okay, I hear you saying something, but I wanted to make sure that there's other information out there that would say such a thing. And, you know.
Julianne Arbor was...
Julianne Arbor?
Was
Let's look it up. I don't know if it's Ann Arbor like Michigan. There's a Julianne like that. Okay, there you go. There it is. There it is. Julianne. Why were they fucking with me the whole time? Telling me that I'm retarded and that my words don't have any sense. Like, fuck you. And that one. Yeah, the one. The one that I just said it was unhackable animal. Oh, there's a hyphen between un and hackable. Oh, that threw AI off because it's so smart. Passed away on June 17th, 2026 at the age of 57. According to community announcements on her online memorial tribute, which is right there too. She died in Sebastopol, California due to injuries sustained in a vehicular accident. She launched an unhackable animal in 2023, gathering thousands of subscribers to share her citizen optical microscopy work. The book, shortly before her passing in 2026, she completed editing a companion microscopy book titled Nano, sounds like Mork and Mindy, Microscopy Investigations. Prior background. Before focusing on microscopy, she was a well-known prostitute. No, I'm just kidding. Internationally, she was well-known internationally as an arborist. That means tree hugger. Certified California naturalist. That means she had hairy pits. Eco-spiritual educator. That means she wasted her degree. And author of the photography book, Tree Girl. Intimate Encounters with Wild Nature. See, I told you she was a tree hugger. They want a little bit of past hugging. If you're looking for specific legacy posts from her archive or want to find community memorials posted by her fellow citizen microscopists, please let me know. Fuck you. That's what I want to know. That's Facebook. Now let's go look at this OT. Yeah, see, doesn't that look like a better picture than, I don't know, that one? Ah! This looks like an ant who like ran out of dabber ink in the middle of a fucking bingo game. Just pissed and scared. And she peed a little.
Seriously killed, ran over by her own truck. I think
that could have been actual literal female operation error. Operator error.
Yeah, she was most likely probably murdered somehow.
Yeah, of course it was. Had to be. Mr. Droning on with absolutely no wherewithal to understand that this is like the worst picture you could have put up there.
Because she was like the most important microscoper
yeah, most
in
important
the world, The most.
It wasn't even something that she was trained fully in, or at all. It's just something she picked up. There's a lot of people out there that do this, and we've had watched clips of their stuff in the past too. And a lot of them have an open mind because they can see these things, right?
It's important work. She has put almost everything underneath a microscope. She's the one that did all this.
This guy is hard to deal with.
She discovered all this. Every single thing she put under it has nanotechnology and all this different stuff.
How are you so stupid? I mean, how could you look at this long and be like, yeah, the part where she looks like she's bug-eyed and terrified or completely fucking cracked out, possibly on some sort of very, very deep introspective trip, that was the picture? I mean, it's just a normal picture, but it's like the transition of a facial gesture, and he caught that. And it's like, yeah, roll it. Roll with it. That's the one. Everybody will totally not think she's a nut.
Inside of it and on it. And this is unbelievable. This happened a couple weeks ago. I guess.
You probably, I'm assuming you think as slowly as you talk. Now, I think very fast and talk very slow because I'm retarded and I've been hit in the head a lot. Very big difference.
Yes.
Because I'm always trying to find that word that keeps on saying, fuck you, can't catch me. Like that. It's kind of hiding in my head. It's like, it's a simple word. Just give it to me. Fuck you.
I've shared tons of her work on here and at AI Chemtrails.
AI Chemtrails. At AI Chemtrails, everybody. Go see his AI Chemtrails. I think we're done with this one. What do you think? Yeah? Do we want to continue to make fun of this or no? Just make sure you check out his AI Chemtrails. All right, I gotta get up and go potty like a rock star. Nobody likes me. Just kidding. I don't care. They can all suck it. This is the first night. All right, so this is the video, and I already shared it, so I can get rid of this. Unless there's anything cool on the side here we want to look at. Gore! But not with the bloody stuff. Lame. I want to know about Reddit's attitude tried, because Reddit is fucking garbage. I'm going to have to look at that one later. I got to have something for my Fitwit channel anyway. I like doing breakdowns. Doing a breakdown of a breakdown is like breakdown inception. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know. Don't act like you don't know. You probably know. So Julianne Sky Arbor, a.k.a. Her name is Sky Arbor. Is her real name actually named Arbor, and she's an arborist? Are we still not learning her real name, or is it just a coincidence? Is she a real person? Are we in the Matrix? Julianne Sky Arbor, aka Tree Girl. Right, her name is literally basically Tree Girl. But what? Oh, there she is. See, I told you she was hugging trees, and then she looks like she's naked there. It's probably not really hers, but maybe it is. That's a big tree. She likes them big. I look forward to returning into the soil when I have ended my own life cycle. She was kind enough to leave apparently a note prior to running herself over. Not surprisingly, I hope to become a tree in both physical form and spirit. There's something to that, actually. Then I imagine I will truly find peace while doing what trees do all day and night. Move and evade and fuck with people's heads. Right. Exactly. Like the thoughts in my head. I'll whisper to passing humans to remember their own divinity as well as their morality and their place in the family of nature. She seems like a nice person. Also known in the many as Tree Girl, passed away on June 17, 2026 in Sebastopol, California, following injuries sustained in a vehicular accident. She was 57 years old. She probably had brittle bones too. I'm sure the vehicle was quite heavy, but I'm just saying, a lot of females have that. They're very frail. Like they could be pushed over with great ease. Like they're not. As they get older, they are basically hollow tubes with some skin hanging off it. And that's not healthy. They should be taking their nutrients and staying a little active. Born in 1969 in Chicago, she grew up in Park Ridge, graduated Maine South High School in 87, bachelor's in theater and history from Knox College. I told you it was wasted. Followed by a master's of arts in arts and consciousness studies from John F. Kennedy University. I told you they were all waste of time. I was like, she wasted her degree. And a master's of science in environmental education through the Audubon Expedition Institute of Leslie University. That one's too complicated for me to even put a claim on, but I imagine she was probably indoctrinated into climate change. Or they tried to. Julianne was an extraordinarily intelligent, multifaceted, bright-spirited woman who touched countless lives through her passion, kindness, generosity, and commitment to the other than human world. She was internationally known as an artist, environmental educator, photographer, arborist, rewilder. Well, see, that's a problem. When you want to rewild farmland, I consider you a threat to mankind. Because most of the people pushing that are what you would call, some people call globalists, or you could call it the cult of child sacrifice. Naturalist, forest, ecotherapist, shamanic practitioner, but did she know about the 90 essential nutrients? I'm not trying to just interject this everywhere. I'm just saying people have this whole, perception of themselves and their knowledge, and they don't know the core thing that there's all these other things touch upon health. I'm a naturalist. I'm a this. I play in the nature in the sunlight. Yeah. Are you getting your minerals in an absorbable form? Because if you're not at that foundation of doing that first, all the other shit that you think you know, you're still depriving yourself of the basic needs that your body has. And you're going to end up leaning heavier on the MD polypharmacy throughout your life because you don't see anything wrong with it. As it's killing you. She's a shamanic practitioner, speaker, author, citizen scientist, researcher, traveler, lots of things. And seeker of truth. She didn't know, and she was so much more than all of these things. So she was well liked by whoever wrote this up. Eco psychology. I don't need to keep reading this. This is long. Love to travel. Who doesn't? I love to travel. Isn't it kind of weird? Isn't it kind of gross that the society we're in right now? Where, I mean, that's great that she was being supported by people who pay $5 a month or whatever to see all of her shit. And that there was 3,800 subscribers. But is that something you put in an obituary? She was this much worth in our society because she had X amount of followers, subscribers. We wouldn't be writing this shit up for somebody with only 200. We wouldn't even, you know what I mean? It's like, is this how we gauge the value of people now? How many other people, faceless voids in the greater void, care about what you're doing? That's your self-worth. There she published her microscopic investigations into what she saw as emerging threats to humanity in organic life, including nanotechnology, synthetic biology, geoengineering, and the transhumanist agenda. And she also admitted that the microscopes that she had were not capable of seeing nano. And then she made a distinction as to what nano she could see based on the definition of what it is and whatever it's assembled or whatever, a bigger piece or whatever, made of smaller parts. But she didn't have the type of microscope that would be necessary to get down to see just how much other shit was in blood and other things. On April 15th, 2026, she published Nano. It's a mom, father, sister, former husband. Her beloved cats, Princess Hinoki, Lightning Bug, and Kabuki. She was a cat lady, which I have no problem with. I have cats. Cats are awesome. Jesus, doesn't end. That was the same quote. Was this like a shipping thing? So they shipped her body. It's in transit on its way to its next destination, which good on you, Julian. It says heaven. Phew. Good job. Oh wait, I'm sorry. This says delivered. Okay, it started off here. What do you call it? Postage printed, 1969, and then it shows your evolution through life and in all of the destinations that it arrived to before it made its final destination. There you go. Package has been tracked. But we wouldn't have cared at all if you didn't have 3,800 followers on Substack. So that's
in the past.
So there's a void now, guys. Grab yourself a microscope. I used to have 2 microscopes. One of them was a little bit cheaper than the other, but I used to see all kinds of cool shit. It could have been floaters in my eye too, like reflecting back, but there was really interesting shit. If you don't know what you're looking at, it's still fun, you know? It's like, what the hell is that supposed to be, you know? All right, I got to get up. And probably don't need that one. But I'm going to leave it up just in case.
I really wasn't planning.
Not that one. Okay. If nobody knows what this is about, you're about to find out. What's that?
Hey everyone, it's
Hi everyone. I probably am not going to use yours, okay? 16 feral kids found in Flasher Dad's however home. Well, that's a new twist. I didn't hear that name before. Flasher Dad. All right, that's the first I've heard that name. But this is them again. But I didn't like his coverage of it. Pure evil. This is only 2 minutes. New York Post. These people who are news anchors or I don't know what the credentials are anymore. It's like, how fake of a fuck are you? You have the job. Did you always want to be an actor? Do you not care what you say? Do you not care if it's truth or if you can pretend that you're playing a part? You want to do that? And then it's like, okay, cool. You're hired. Like this part right here, this is something that AI makes. They put this bullshit into things. That is the very, very, very view. If you've ever pulled up an image and said, can you make a square for me for a podcast? It's going to try to put that stupid microphone or something similar to that in your image. Like that. I didn't ask you to put stupid images. I just asked you to make this, 1920 by 1080 into a square so I could post the podcast version. But they'll always try to sneak that stupid microphone icon in there. I think we should probably start with this guy. Yeah. This is probably the one I watched earlier. Yeah, it was. The discovery stunned investigators. You're going to hear a lot of people's takes. It's going to be a lot of news reports, but I will be back in a moment. Dogs are barking, so I'm going to go see what's up.
It's horrific. That's just nasty. It's horrific, really is.
It's stupid that it's happening close to Wellston and Benton County. Benton County, I mean, you don't know what's going on in this world anymore.
Shock, disbelief, and heartbreak. That's how neighbors in the small village of Hamden are describing what they've learned.
I've heard there were a lot of animals in the home as well, so I can just imagine what the kids lived in.
It all follows a horrible find at this small home. 16 children living in terrible conditions.
I come up down there all the time. I never seen a kid out here.
Neighbors coming down Omer Street to see this house for themselves, and they're asking the simple question, how was this able to happen?
Or did they know the kids were there? I mean, that's just where it kind of bothers me. If they knew the kids were there, they should have been removed, I think.
Tuesday night, people who live here say they're still struggling to make sense of what happened just down the street.
But it's not, I mean, it's not Benton County per se. It's just where they chose to bring their chaos because I was told that they weren't from here.
Absolutely. I mean, I was born and raised in Columbus, and this here, for down here, is very sad and shocking because you wouldn't expect to hear it in a village of 200.
We're not used to seeing here in America. It really looked third world. Most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children.
This is not the time for you to argue your case. Count 5, count 7, count 12, count 17. Each of those felonies of the second degree.
The children were kept in a roughly 12 by 12 area. It seems like is where they've spent the most of the last 4 years.
Pure evil. Those were the words used to describe what was happening behind closed doors at a home in Vinton County.
4 suspects are facing serious charges now after 16 children were discovered in what authorities call a house of horrors. Sheriff's deputies searched that home on Tuesday, finding kids covered in feces, urine, and filth, held in a 12 by 12 room for 4 years. Detectives say some of them were so ill they were close to dying.
We have team coverage of this unprecedented investigation rattling a small town and beyond tonight. Chief Investigator Lisa Rontola is digging into how the family kept these children hidden there for years. First, we begin with Annabelle Kinney, who talked with neighbors living doors down from this horrific scene.
This is the home where the 16 children were being kept. Neighbors that live just across the street say if they would have known what was happening, they would have jumped in to help.
It's disgusting, and I didn't sleep a whole lot last night, and I prayed a whole lot that that all them kids get better.
It looked like something out of a third world country. That's how Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson described the conditions inside the home where investigators say 16 children were being kept.
Just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids.
Wilson says 7 of the kids were sent to Columbus area hospitals on Tuesday. Josh Odell says he can see the backyard of the home where police say the kids were being kept and hidden.
We have a little girl ourselves, so it immediately alarmed me like there's some very bad people that was just right there.
He says in his 5 years of living there, he's never seen any children and wants more answers.
Did they give birth at the hospital to all these kids? Where's those records? And something that struck me is that these people are not from around here.
Officials say the children were not enrolled in school. The Vinton County Sheriff says due to the children being isolated and some children being developmentally disabled, it has impacted the investigation.
It's one of the investigative challenges we have to face is that they are limited. They can't communicate.
Joseph Stewart is another neighbor that lives next door. He says he's seen the 4 people charged going to Dollar General every once in a while, but never any kids.
Kind of ashamed that they did stuff like that, and after I seen the pictures of the mugshot today, and they look pretty rough.
Odell says the guilt of not knowing is taking a toll on him.
I really hope they all get better. But I mean, it obviously is weighed on my conscience that I wished I could have done something.
Now, investigators say the suspects are the kids' grandmother, grandfather, and father and mother, and that they could have been living in a 12 by 12 room for years. Reporting live in Vinton County, Annabelle Kinney, ABC 6 News.
Annabelle, thank you very much. Investigators say that Vinton County home first hit their radar out of a separate investigation, and that's why they say they executed their first search warrant, and then they found those abused kids.
ABC 6 on your side. Chief Investigator Lisa Rontola spent the afternoon at the courthouse tracking down those search warrants.
Jessica, Mike, this afternoon I spoke with 2 judges, 1 clerk, who tell me here at the courthouse this afternoon, one county judge did tell me he did sign 1 search warrant for that home, which is sealed tonight. A probate judge confirmed he signed a 2nd search warrant, also sealed. Now, a common pleas court judge has the case of a mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather who could face more than 100 years behind bars. Gary Siders Jr. and Sr. facing 17 counts. Elizabeth Siders and mom Christina facing 16.
These are serious allegations, and if you are unsure on what to do, I will enter a not guilty plea for you until you can consult with counsel.
Prosecutors describe the four as mother, grandmother, grandfather, and father, and accuse them of abusing more than a dozen children from 1 year old to 18 years old. The first victim, it shows that they are 18 years old. Why is that a child endangerment charge?
Good question. The young person's mental capacity, she is, we believe, developmentally disabled.
They tell me the 18-year-old could not spell her own name. The others were also not enrolled in school. Did these children know how to read and write?
Yeah, again, we're working through that right now. Some of these children couldn't even speak.
Investigators say the family kept children hidden for years, avoiding being part of any medical or government records since 2008. How were you able to acquire the dates of birth? Were you able to get hospital records, or were some of these children born inside that home?
There's no evidence that any of the children were born inside that home, although that is something that they were initially investigating.
And investigators said today they are looking into more charges. Part of that investigation, they're trying to determine if any of these children, any of the victims, were sexually assaulted. As for that parallel investigation, investigators say that started about 4 to 6 weeks ago. But as of tonight, we have not found any other charges against these 4 victims other than child endangerment. Reporting live in Vinton County, I'm Chief Investigator Lisa Rontola.
Lisa, thank you very much. There are still so many questions about all of this tonight. We are trying to get answers about all these things. We have requested any 911 calls that led to this investigation, any previous law enforcement runs to that home, and any prior involvement with Children's Services.
The age range of the kids there's a lot of specific hurdles involved in this crime. We will get you that information as soon as we can. We just want to let you know that, also to touch back on that, the community is safe. They're just as safe as the day before you learned that this had happened. And we're still working on it, and we're going to do the best we can to make sure you guys are informed. So, thank you.
Okay, I'm Andy Wilson, Ohio's Attorney General. I want to open up by saying, like I did yesterday, like I do every time I talk about a criminal case that's just been charged, that under our American criminal justice system, everybody who is charged is cloaked in the presumption of innocent, and they remain innocent unless and until they are taken into court and proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That being said, I'm coming to this press conference directly from the Sheriff's Office, where I had the opportunity again to sit down with Sheriff's Office detectives and with some of our BCI agents. And I was briefed, updated on the status of the investigation and the case. And I actually had the opportunity today to look at some of the evidence of the case. I was out at the scene with our agents and the detectives yesterday, so I saw the location, I saw the condition that it was in. Some of the evidence, yesterday when I saw the location, the kids were already gone. They were being treated at the hospital. The evidence I got to see today was some evidence where the initial discovery of the children was captured or documented. And again, I've done these types of cases for a long time, and I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio. And I've just never seen anything like I saw today with respect to those kids. As we sat and we talked about it, as the team kind of talked about it, it really looked third world. It's the type.
Well, that's exactly what they want to bring here and have brought here. So they were keeping up with the times.
That we're not used to seeing here in America, where our children are really our most precious resource, and we have.
Yeah, resource. That's a very cold way of looking at that. A child resource. Well, that sounds like property. That sounds like something that's tradable.
Have an obligation as parents, guardians, and custodians to love our kids, to care for our kids, to ensure that they are safe.
I'm willing to accept that that was maybe just a poor choice of words, but with the follow up of what he just said afterward, yes, I would agree with that. But it's just a strange way of saying, "Oh, they're a precious resource."
They're well fed, that they have safe conditions to live in. That's what we expect here in America. And again, what I saw today, the evidence, what I've seen up to this point in this case is just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids. In looking at the evidence, I can tell you without hesitation that a lot of credit has to go to local law enforcement, to Ohio BCI.
Do you think he's looks maxing? Do you think he's mogging? He's got that strong jaw structure. This guy doesn't look like an overweight slouch. He definitely would have been able to work in law enforcement.
I have the superintendent of BCI, Bruce Pijanowski, with me here today, and I have the on-scene supervisor, Jim Mulford, who really, it was his team that put this case.
He's got to work on his public speaking skills, getting rid of the Yeah, it's a habit. People do it. I have long pauses like William Shatner for no reason because I can't think of things when I'm ready for them. Brain works faster than the mouth.
Together and worked with local sheriffs, deputies, and sheriff detectives in putting this investigation together. And they took it to the prosecutor's office to get the warrant, or at least have the warrant approved. And the reason I say that is because, again, a lot of credit goes to the men and women of this investigative team.
That's a turtle, huh? Is that what I'm looking at? It's not like a police badge star. It's a turtle.
Because I'm telling you, in what I've seen up to this point, I think
maybe it's a star, but it looks more like a turtle.
Waited another 24 hours. There was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. And I'm not going to go specifically into the medical conditions of the kids, other to say that is since the discovery of this situation, as you heard the prosecutor say yesterday, our number one concern has been the physical well-being of those children. Several of the children all of the children were examined and treated. Several of the children, I believe 7 of them, were taken to Columbus hospitals, and as I told you yesterday, I think at least 2 of them were care flighted. Those children, again,
now they're going to go into a foster program where if they weren't sexually abused before, don't worry, they're going to be handed off to a same-sex couple or some other horrible situation and potentially raped to death. Yeah, or become wards of the state. Great future for them. It's not their horrors haven't ended, and that's not going to be his fault, but that's going to be the system's fault. Because the less accountability, the less family members that would be giving a shit about their well-being, the better for the cult in what they like to do to innocent life.
We continue to treat and make sure that they are okay. Their physical well-being is our number one concern. But we also have to be concerned with their mental and emotional well-being as well. And I can tell you, on behalf of the investigative team, on behalf of the prosecutor, on the sheriff's office, that is the number one priority, is make sure that these kids are taken care of physically, mentally.
And that's the other issue, is that through naturopathy and proper nutrition, or through the MDs getting a hold of them when they're at their most vulnerable and weakened state, and what they feel is appropriate for their health. Another set of horrors await the children in that regard.
And emotionally. And part of that, as you heard the prosecutor say, is making sure...
I'm sure they're going to get all their vaccines. And they're not going to be able to tell whether they're more developmentally disabled after the fact either, because, they already can't say their own names. They can't speak, some of them, and they can't write their names. So how are you going to be able to gauge, especially when you don't know the true personality of them because they haven't had a chance to develop one? How are they going to know what is debilitated after a series of, oh, let's get you all caught up with those shots that you most definitely need, you know, especially those tetanus ones after living in that filth. God.
They are placed, that custody of these children is removed from the people who did this to them, and that these kids are placed in safe, loving environments where
they can be poisoned appropriately by the medical system. Yeah, I got it. I get it.
Again, it's going to take a lot of work to address the emotional harm and some of the issues that are going to result from this. But we need to make sure that those kids are surrounded and loved and supported by people who truly care for them. And we talked to the investigative team this morning, and it appears from the evidence in this case that these kids have been in a position where people they should have been able to trust to take care of them have failed them. Not only failed them, but harmed them. And it's now up to us to stand up for those kids.
Yeah, it wasn't like an, oh, I almost had it scenario. No, it was, these people are disgusting, demonic creatures who should have never been blessed with children.
And you saw that yesterday from the detectives, the agents who went in and removed the kids from this physical location. But now it's on the system, and working with Prosecutor Archer and talking with him through the case, he understands fully that one of the best ways that you can help these kids, one of the best ways that you can address their long-term emotional and mental needs is by holding accountable the people who harm them. And talking to him about the evidence, and talking to him about his plan for the case, I am confident that he's dedicated to seeing that justice is done for these kids, and that the community, again, remains safe for everybody. We have offered the help of the Ohio Attorney General's office any way we can. We have our Special Prosecutions Division. I have Jimmy Lowe, who's the Deputy Attorney General for Law Enforcement. He's been down with us all morning. We've offered
So I think this is one of the drawbacks of getting or having a jaw that's too wide is, I think, just optically or like visually, it makes your eyes appear to be closer together even if they're not. When this is too wide, I think it makes this happen. And even if they're perfectly where they're supposed to be, I think it makes them look like they're closer together.
Prosecutors from our Special Prosecution Division to assist. And I believe we're gonna partner in helping with that case. But our role is one of support and leveraging our resources. I want to thank Governor Mike DeWine. I talked to Governor DeWine a couple times yesterday. I talked to Kara Wendy, who is the director of the Department of Children and Youth, ensuring that the needs of these kids, the placement of these kids, because as you can imagine, placing 16 kids in a county of this size
16.
taxes the resources.
16 children. Think about that for a second. There wasn't a 16-year-old. It was 16 children in a 12 by 12 room. And it was full of hoarders shit, and it stunk. Stunk.
From the governor and from the Department of Children and Youth, the governor's staff, that they will provide whatever we need, whatever resources we need to support these kids and help protect these kids.
And when they say 12 by 12, did they actually measure it? Like, I don't even think they would have had time to move all the filth out of the way yet. Do you really think there's people touching the floor and like pulling out a tape measure? Do you really think they did that? Like, these are the things that I question when people just like throw out things like, you know, details. It's like, well, who assessed that? Why was that a priority to decipher and figure out? Maybe they did. Maybe they stretched it across the room and went wall to wall and then went wall to wall again and said, oh yeah, it's a square 12 by 12 room. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Because it's basically a crime scene, so I guess maybe they did.
The other thing I want to say is this, as the prosecutor said, this is isolated to an intrafamilial event. The citizens of this community don't have to worry about their kids being part of this or somebody out there in addition to this that may be doing harm to their kids. But if anybody out there has information about this family, and about these kids. If they call the Ohio Attorney General's office, and we'll have that number here available after this press conference. They call the Ohio Attorney General's office to our tip line.
Where they had been prior to perhaps help other families in other parts of the country that may see this and wonder, wait, the Siders were living here and
The people's last name was Siders. I thought they said Snyder. It's Sider.
worried about what might have happened in my hometown. What how
sure.
long have they been here and where do they come from?
Sure. We know that they have ties to Gallia County. There was some talk that they may have been down in Pike County. There was some talk that possibly they're in Jackson County. There's some talk that they were up.
You said the conditions.
I think he's very nervous. I think some of the reasons why he's talking like he is because he could, like, that's kind of like anxious, right? Like
Were third world.
the bobbing around.
Describe some of the conditions.
It's almost indescribable. The sheriff is on the scene as well. I probably ought to have him come up, but boy,
I've seen livestock live.
Yeah.
Mostly kept better.
So you've got to come up there.
As I was saying, most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. It was
Yeah, but people care about their livestock.
extremely high presence, I'm sure, of bacterial and human
All the more reason for shots.
disease. It was just a disgusting scene.
Can I ask both of you, what did you feel like walking through there? Not necessarily what it looked like with the description, but what was going through your mind?
So
Yeah, he's totally mogging him right now. I'm trying. It's a passive mog.
it was disgusting, even where the kids were.
I'm playing the role of clavicular here right now, of course. Got to keep the theme going.
I would think it's typical. Most law enforcement
Is his name
have
Kane?
experience with homes in a similar
cool.
fashion. A large number of people, though, the children were kept in a roughly 12 by 12 area. It seems like is where they've spent the most of the last 4 years, and that's what it looks like. In a weird way, you're hit with two emotions. There is joy when we realize that we're about to change 16 lives for the better, but you're also it's hard.
Were there any signs of sexual abuse towards the children, and did they ever go
That's
outside?
still part of the ongoing investigation.
Yeah,
When did this system become not necessary?
Yeah, so I'll answer. That's part of the ongoing investigation. We can't answer that. I will tell you this, there isn't much evidence that kids live there. We've talked to some of the neighbors. We've talked to some of the people from the neighborhood. These people have been here for about 4 years, and we've talked to some people who live in the neighborhood who said, I had no idea that kids were even there. And talking about, somebody asked about, to describe the conditions, adding on to what the sheriff said. I didn't actually go into the room where the kids were. I just looked through the door. That was yesterday. I can still smell. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell off of me or away from me right now. We were just talking about that a little while ago. And then we were talking as a group about some of the evidence we looked at today where they actually discovered the kids and found the kids. And it's not that different than those old commercials you used to see of like kids in Africa, like just where they were covered in bugs and squatting and had that like distant look in their eyes. It's terrible. I mean, it is absolutely terrible. And again, we got to make sure the kids are safe. We got to make sure they're placed in good, solid therapeutic placements. And we have to hold accountable the people who are willing to do this to their own family.
Were the kids enrolled in school? Were the kids enrolled in school?
No.
Are there any warning signs that investigators are now looking at?
Yeah, what's the hell's the point of having 16 children? It's not even like they were doing a scheme where they were, at least I don't think so, collecting government money for having, you know what I mean? Like they weren't getting child credits or whatever. I think these people were completely keeping the children secret. I don't even know if there was birth. I think there may have been an update that there were actual birth certificates, but I don't know how deep that goes.
Considering that this was happening in our community for such a long time.
These would be perfect disappear kids, because once the tidal wave of this, get the bad guys goes away, you're not gonna ever know, for their protection, where the children went. And there's somebody doing this in the background.
Unnoticed. What is being done about that looking ahead?
Yeah, well, obviously, we'll look at every single case and look at lessons you can learn or how you can do it better, so conditions don't repeat themselves. So we're certainly looking at that. Again, the evidence shows that these folks were pretty good at hiding these kids, and I think you're going to see that part of the reason they were hiding these kids is they knew that these kids were neglected. They knew that if anybody actually knew what was going on, these kids probably would have been removed, and they would have lost the kids. So they were pretty adept at keeping these kids out of sight and out of the eyes, out of investigators' eyes. But we have an obligation, and again, that's one of the things I talked to Kara Winty about yesterday. We also have an obligation to go back and look at these situations and look at areas where we can make improvements. And having worked with Governor DeWine for a long time, I know that's exactly what he does in every single case. So we'll go back and look at the full case, the full investigation. Really, right now, I told the investigator.
Wait till you get the plot twist. Like this is leading up to something. You feel how like the rest of the neighborhood didn't know anything about this family having children at all, but it's not like the adults in the household were completely invisible. And there's going to be a Dollar General employee, and you can either take a look at her complexion or not. It's up to you. But she's making a very strong case for her being a piece of shit of a human being, without her being cognizantly aware of how bad she sounds. And it's really pathetic. It's sad. Because she's like the character, or not the character witness, but like she has substance to offer, even though her spiel is all about how she failed these children multiple times, and she's not aware of it. She's like sucking it up like it's fame, like it's a TikTok for her, and she's feeling important because people want to talk to her, and she's a degenerate. So the kids were visible. Someone did know that there were children there. They probably didn't know all 16, but she did know that these disgusting, disheveled human beings who smelled horrific had children that were very, very abused looking, and she never said a word. And then she tells you these stories that may or may not be true of her trying to, be a guiding light and an angelic force and offer them hygiene products to take home with them, and as if they didn't know what those things were. I'm talking about the adults, as if just that intervention alone would have been enough to save those children. It was such a shallow effort, and yet she's being paraded around now because she's the only person who seems to have stepped up so far that says, yeah, no, it wasn't like the entire community didn't know that there were children. She did, and she did nothing for 4 years.
This morning, even though this all blew up yesterday, we're really just at the beginning of all of this. We're dealing with making sure the kids are safe, making sure that the kids get placed, gathering the evidence, doing the search warrants, taking in the property, doing all of the
This dude looks like he stepped right off of 1800s, sheriff. He's got a. I don't want to say Wyatt Earp, but he just got that kind of look. You know what I mean? It's got that dead 1800s painting, or I'm sorry, photograph look in his eyes, with the mustache to go with it.
Casework,
the guy over his shoulder.
We have to do. I'm certain that down the road we'll look broader at those type of issues as well.
Within the system or any mandatory order, become aware of this, or was this done directly by law enforcement and it came to the sheriff's department first, or how did you guys learn about it?
Yeah, all I can tell you on that part is there was an investigation, there was a parallel investigation going on for something else that led law enforcement to that house on the search warrant, and they went into the house on the search warrant and discovered this.
Why were the conditions deemed?
Are they hospitalized?
So as of this morning, some were basically examined and released last night. Some were admitted to Columbus hospitals last night. I know that there was one that was in ICU, that was in critical condition, was intubated at one point.
Oh, Jesus.
And I don't know who all's been released and who hasn't, other than the 7 were stayed overnight.
Would the children being isolated like this, when you rescued them, were they able to talk and communicate?
That's one of the challenges we're facing during the.
Yeah, you get
Yes, sorry. That's one of the challenges we're facing. That's why there's kind of contributes to a lack of information. It's one of the investigative challenges we have to face is that they are limited. They can communicate, but it's extremely limited, and some not at all at the moment.
Are any of these children, are they found on Amber Alerts, missing kids platforms, or anything like that?
No, it's all their kids.
Conditions deemed unsafe for officers to go in.
Stench.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So as they were doing the search warrant yesterday and moving property, they literally were about to fall through the floor. So, yeah.
Was there any indication that the kids were involved in public life or education prior to moving to the county?
Not at this time, no.
How long was this investigation going on? And were there any complaints that were made to local child welfare authorities?
I just saw the flaw in his outfit. He's got brown shoes.
Well, again, I'm talking about the part of the investigation that got us to the search warrant, and that was an ongoing cooperative investigation that had gone on. Again, something unrelated. It wasn't about the welfare of these 16 kids. At that point, we didn't know.
So they had 2 sealed warrants, which I think is kind of shitty in the first place. Like, why is that? Who is that to seal it from? The people that you're about to arrest? Like, I'm not saying this particular instance, but if you have you're supposed to, in the 6th Amendment, have the right to face your accuser. You're supposed to be able to know what you're being accused of, and you should be have, they should, the warrant part, yeah, great. But if you seal it, it could say scribbly crayon word, and that would be enough because all you did was see the outside of an envelope when they said, please open up, to anybody else in any other situation. And the fact that they're not even telling the public right now, it's like, oh, well, hold on. After we're saying all these things about these people, we would hate to have to mar their reputation by telling you what the actual first search warrant was for this household. The suspicion that they had to where they got a warrant, an ongoing investigation, completely unrelated to the children. It's like, isn't that the bigger fish? Isn't that the kind of like the more awful thing? And probably the other thing was not so horrific. So why is that the damaging evidence that we simply cannot convey to the public at this point? You know what I mean?
We didn't know that there was going to be 16 kids there. We weren't, again, when they talk to people, people were like, no, I haven't seen any kids. I haven't seen any kids there. So some of that is out there with respect to the parallel investigation.
It's like we started an investigation because a pizzle fell out of the dude's pocket. I think that's for people smoking crack, and I only learned that because I was in jail once and there was a person talking about it, and that's how I remembered it, and it scarred me. How much of a degenerate other people happen to be, or they experience different shit through life. So that little stem thing is called a pizzle, apparently, and yeah. So I'm just using it as an example of out of the trivial bag of shit that I've collected in my brain over time. I mean, like that wouldn't be. Oh my God! Better not say that to the public. It's like they had 16 children crammed in a filth hole. Whatever the other warrant was about, I'm sure pales in comparison to that.
That was going on, I don't know, it was a joint effort between Vinton County and BCI, maybe a month, 6 weeks, but that was not related to the conditions of the house or the welfare. Literally, they were coming to the culmination of that other investigation, which led them to do a search warrant at that house.
I wonder if we're shoplifting, like a lot of it.
Are there birth certificates for the children? Anything on record?
We're still part of the investigation.
That's still part of the investigation. That's something we're working on.
How exactly are the 4 defendants related to each other?
This is horrible.
Yeah, I think go ahead.
Yeah.
Grandma, grandpa, father, and mother at this point.
Of the children.
That's what we know.
So is it fair to say that what led you to find those kids?
So 4 adults and 16 children in one disheveled, reeking, filthy house that was literally rotting to the point where the officers were falling through the floor. That's why it was deemed unsafe. Not just the simple fact that they would puke and fall over and pass out in the fumes.
A parallel ongoing investigation at that time.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a correct statement. Absolutely.
Can we expect more charges for these people?
You're damn right.
Obviously, it's an ongoing investigation, and there could be more charges as we continue to uncover evidence and
We're just holding him in a pillory for the time being if anybody wants to go visit them with a cane.
Any more protection in jail? Any type of protection?
What kind of a fucking cunt says that? This is another reason why I'm glad I kept playing this. What kind of a whore, jerk, propy head person would ask that question? I'm more concerned about them being horrifically, brutally murdered for their crimes while they're awaiting trial. I'm like thinking to myself, well, isn't that like justice? Like natural world justice? If they did get some sort of, I don't know, harsh treatment by other inmates for what they did to the children? Are they being protected? Are you concerned about the wrong group of people being protected here, ma'am? What kind of a crazy freaking question is that? And where does your brain go? Were you just wanting to say something and that's the best you came up with? Like, what is that? That's what you want to be on record for, having asked? Are you going to protect these stinky, horrible demons? Who's going to protect them? Oh, it's like, are we doing it again? Are we doing it again? Are we misplacing our emotional bleeding heart outcry? It's like, what is going on there? Why are you asking that question?
Currently, at the regional jail, they are aware of their crimes and or the allegation of their crimes. And,
Good.
Are
Good.
treating them as any other inmate accused of those crimes.
His first name is Raising. His last name is Kane.
Crimes are while in population.
This small town is still trying to process the details that investigators have laid out in this case. Now, we did speak with a local store employee who says that she served the ciders the night before they were arrested.
Okay, no, this is the home. Oh, not too bad, but still. The inside is the House of Horrors aspect of it. Now, wait till you hear this woman at the dollar store, Dollar General, something like that. They were only the finest, you know.
More than a day after 16 children were removed from a home in the small village of Hamden, people are still coming to Omer Street trying to understand how something like this could have happened.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, especially since I've got a 20-year-old and a 14-year-old daughter, and I've heard that some of these kids never saw the light of day.
The shock comes after
Look at this one. Look at this one. The eye's looking the other way. These people didn't have any respect for themselves. Apparently, the first... I'm getting ahead of myself, and I apologize. But this is the mother. Does he look... It must be their child, is it? Or do you think he's their child? Or is it an incestuous thing? And they're both their brother and... I don't know. But that dude looks like... I don't know what. She looks like a demon. Straight up dead face. She looks like she came out of Event Horizon. Kind of like a dude. But her, apparently, she's a victim too. Because the first time she gave birth, it's kind of like an update. I'm kind of jumping ahead here. First time she was giving birth, she was 15 years old. Now I don't know if it was with him still, or back then. Look at their hair's all greasy. I'm thinking she was a victim as well. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how much of this is incestuous. It's just weird.
People were charged with 17 counts of child endangerment. The Vinton County Sheriff described the conditions inside the home as horrific.
It was mind blown once I saw the mugshot. Like, oh.
So this is the look at. Just have a look. You make your own decisions and your own assessments. And yes, they can get a tan because there's a tan line there. What the hell? What the hell are we looking at? When she makes these statements, and besides, she looks like she came out of a 1980s rap, gang movie with the cheap black sunglasses on. It's like Ice Cube at here. But what the hell? When she tells this thing and she's completely she's not self-aware of how this sounds, because she goes on to repeat it on multiple other broadcasts after this, as if this is the only character witness they have, or the only. When I say character, like a person of character, she certainly is not. And she doesn't even realize how stupidly horrible she sounds. And like, oh, you're the only interaction that these children had with the outside world, really? And you fumbled it this horribly? You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be hiding someplace, not giving statements.
Spoken to them. I just seen them on Monday. They were my last customers on Monday. It's sad. It's crazy. It's a sad situation.
Employees at the Hamden Dollar General say the Siders were regular customers, stopping in almost every night just before closing, buying water, vegetable oil, and sometimes sugar, often accompanied by just
the same
one of
thing
the
every
children.
night.
So I noticed that he would keep her really close to her, and she was not allowed to speak to nobody. I know
She probably couldn't speak, dumbass.
And when she came in with the kids were all
Oh, the wife, maybe? Oh, okay.
very thin, very, very thin.
So you saw this and you did zero?
Ghost white.
And like, what can you buy at Dollar General that would be healthy for a child to ingest? It's like they had said vegetable oil, sugar, and some other bullshit. I forgot what the other one was, but nothing that that wouldn't be on the 12 bad foods list.
Didn't have no weight on their body.
When you describe this and you're saying that you've seen this and they have been in your neighborhood for 4 years, I don't know how long she's worked at that Dollar General, but doesn't that kind of point to she was aware that there was potentially a problem and said nothing? Low IQ people are not useful at all.
And they had their hair over their face, like to block out, the outside world to not see them.
So they were like horror movie children with their hair over their face. They're like The Ring. And you're like, yeah, that's, it's whatever.
Gutierrez says store employees tried to help, offering the family clothes and hygiene products. But she says they never saw those items put to use. Investigators have described the conditions inside the home as unforgettable.
But that's kind of like putting a Band-Aid on, a wood chipper wound. It's like, here's your deodorant. Like, you're going to go back into this filth hole. And they didn't wear the new clothes that they were given. Dollar General has clothes. Oh, that's the news. I'm sure something's better than nothing as long as it's clean.
The Ohio Attorney General saying the smell inside the home is something he can't forget.
Plastic furniture inside?
Gutierrez says that same odor was noticeable every time the family walked into the store.
The smell to me, honestly, when I think about them and hear them, the smell will never leave my mind. I will.
So you knew that they smelled like that. You knew that they looked skinny. Do you see what I'm getting at here? Do you see where I had a problem with this woman? And she's going on like she's really emphasizing that the smell will never leave me. Well, why didn't it prompt you to do anything? Why did you decide to just, forget about it each and every time they came in and reinforce the fact that things were not getting better over time? That your good grace assistance didn't get put to use, and that now you see what happened. How the hell do you even show yourself in public, let alone give a statement, knowing full well there's no guilt here? She's using this as like a platform.
Smell in my mind, sad to say, just because it was so potent. Like, they could have.
Right. Why, again, stop re-emphasizing that, because these are all the things that a normal person with a functioning frontal lobe would realize was a signal for you to do something, to say something to someone else. Hey, you may want to check up on these people, The children don't seem like they're doing too well.
Left the store 5 minutes ago and the store would still smell.
Now she says her focus is on the children, hoping they finally have.
Oh, now it is. Okay, your focus is on them. See, again, like, why is the news station fluffing her right now? Now her focus is on going back to her world and her life, because she doesn't, she's just going to be hooked on the drama, because if she was, it's out of everybody else's hands right now. It's in the hands of the state, though, what the welfare of those children is going to be. So what is your focus? What is your chivalrous act to do now? What are you going to do? Make a GoFundMe for them so you can, like, seriously?
Chance at a better life.
I'm just sorry to the children, and I'm sorry that I should have said something sooner.
Oh, there you go.
I'm praying, and I know they're in better conditions now. And
Oh, so it all worked out, huh? Yeah, okay. It all worked out. I'm going to open this one up. Boy. We're going to get into chat again here in a second. I'm not by any means playing this. I'm just kind of wait for it to stop so I can. This was 4 days ago. This one was 13 days ago. So we've seen that one. We can click it off. New developments. This was 10 days ago. This one was 10 days ago. 6 days ago. Is this the same one? Let's find out. I don't think this is the same one. I think this is someone else. This is 16. The other one, I think they said 17 counts. Could have been 2 on 1, but I don't know. Yeah, this is Elizabeth Russell. Wait, is it? That's the same people. There it is. There they are. There they are. There's the mom. Let's see what's up with this one. All right. The BMC is still pinned for anybody who wants to do. Let's see. Where you at? You gotta scroll up. And as we recently discussed with Dr. Manzo and Glidden, what magnetic and frequencies were around those microscopes. It says Karen. Karen also says, if any of us need a chemtrail, pretty sure we wouldn't have to do much work to get one. Yikes. Run. Edward says, if she's been shrooming, then the trees are loving. Might as well hug them. Right. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good experience if you have, like, remember, like, if you're not trying to bronze a turd, like, if you have something there to work with. it's not really there, but like people assign mind and spirit to that spot, pretty much consciousness. Good one, N-word, said Karen. God gave us all we need. I'm glad that didn't say weed. God gave us all weed. No, I'm good, thanks. Karen says, I have a perception of life. If everyone thought like Daniel, the world would be perfect. Thank you. You gotta join the cult. Let's see. Karen says, you'd be like another co-chair with N-word. We'd kind of like be like the, what do they call it? The tribunal. It's kind of, I don't, that word kind of sounds a little bit heavy, a little bit weighted. He didn't make any mistakes for sure. Oh yeah, guys, you can press this button. I forgot about telling anybody this. You don't have to do any of this crap, but I'm just saying if you're wondering, like obviously the buy me coffee is there. There's this button here. This one they do more of almost, they're a lot more generous than 50-50 with you. Like the Rumble rants are basically for Rumble to take. But these things right here, they are they're you get a bigger thing of it, It's like $4 and something cents that comes out of that 5. So it's not bad. And if I know how to X out of this fucker, is it like this? Yeah, all right. And then you can gift them to other people if you should so desire. But this one is the one I would say, even though it's fun, because you get all highlighted and crap like that, I would say maybe avoid that one. In the past, I've said do it because I didn't know that that's how much it was being taken away. I had no idea. Karen says they can't find a flea in the sea, but they oddly can't find these missing children. Oh, they can find a flea in the sea, but they oddly can't find these missing children. In my humble opinion, if they're found, the project has been completed on those kids, or they'd never be found. So there's that thing again, right? No charity is there to solve the problem, to cure a disease, or to fix an issue, because that would put their nonprofit organization out of business. And who do you think came up with the idea of a tax dodging entity in the first place? I'll give you a guess, or a hint, I should say. And who does most of the philanthropy, or under the guise of philanthropy? Well, who has all the money? Who gets to print it and hand it off to their cronies, right? And shape the world with their philanthropy. Isn't that what Bill Gates Foundation, the Clinton Foundation, and Rockefeller Foundation are all about? To name a few. All the people that are out there trying to make the world a better place are the same people that are doing horrific things to the innocent every single time. And other NPOs or NGOs, non-governmental organizations, seem to have a lot of incentive not to fix things, because then the grift is gone. Why would you do that? Why would a cancer institute want to stop, people from getting cancer? That doesn't make any sense. That's like this is actually how union electricians literally told me that they think like. When I was still working as an electrician in New York before I moved to San Diego and started working as an electrician, they're like, don't go so fast. You're going to work yourself out of a job. I'm like, isn't doing the job to they're paying us? And if you're good at what you do and show that you're valuable, wouldn't they just take you on the next project? Why do you have to try to milk the job? And who does that serve? It doesn't serve the customer that hired us, and it doesn't serve the company that's paying you. So why would you do that? But this is how a union journeyman thought. It was coming from the journeymen themselves, who were, one of them was a shop steward for the union. And I was like, really? This is how it goes here? Because I can't play those games. I don't know how to do that. to the best of your ability and pride in your work. And then learn to enjoy what you're doing and try to do it your best, whatever it is, whether it's mopping a floor or bending a pipe. Doesn't matter. You just do the best that you're able to do. And that's how you're supposed to go through life. But these people, nope. Milk it. I guess they already were aware that they were not good at what they did, so the mistake of the being hired on or the union sending them to that particular company, they knew that they wouldn't be held on and kept there very long after the project was over. I guess they were self-aware of that, at least, that they suck. Karen says, oh yeah, okay, so then Edward says, is the project anything related to soul murder? And Karen said, they gotta give the public a bone so nobody looks at the real tech they have. Pedos run the show, said First Fire. This press conference, all their voices sound like they're being held at gunpoint if they say the wrong thing. Edward says, the guy's last name, Siders, could be German or Jewish. Yep. Yeah, I was thinking that too. You know, the W kind of looks like boobs. Or it could be a nutsack, but I'm not gay, so I thought boobs. All right, gotta put 2 little dots on the settle that query. Karen says they know more. It's so obvious. You don't have to say I am Joe every time. That's like pancakes or something, right? Oh no, that's IHOP. Karen says, don't you love their phrasing? Shocking. It's in our country. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure. He's hiding a ton. Well, yeah, but I mean, again, ongoing investigation can't taint a jury. Makes sense, right? And also, do you trust the media? Everybody who asks you a question, do you give them a straight answer? Or it's like, why the fuck are you asking me that? Why do you want to know? What are you going to use against me? Like, it's like anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of public opinion, regardless if there's a court of law to go along with it. First Fire says rope. Yes, at Lowe's. Or your local hardware store. Fuck Home Depot. Karen says, can't learn, speak, write, or think if they've been isolated and imprisoned their entire lives. They probably have never seen a TV. Well, that's probably the best thing that's happened. 7%. Is that your battery on your phone? Ember Snowman says, and when the kids get a molestation, they can carry it from family to family as they are moved around the foster care system. Yep. They show some low-level shit, says First Fire. Global, that's debatable. I've heard everywhere from 12 to 6. I'm sure the truth is somewhere in the middle. As far as our country, though, I think it's like 65 down from 78 or something like that. It might even be more here now. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's see what the lying liars who lie say, because there's never a census done on the Jewish communities because they do their own census, because and further evidence that the cult runs the country, because why else would they have special treatments as such? Don't want to let the goy know how many of us there are, because then there'll be another Purim, or another Holocaust, right? It seems like the only people that are into mass murder of innocent people would be them. So it's a beautiful game of projection that they play. What? Ooh. Says approximately 57.8, so that's pretty close. to 58.8 of Americans identify. Yeah, you mean like when they arrest somebody and they're black as coal and they say white so that they can fuck with the statistics? Or they're Mexicana. Latin isn't white. Although I do agree that, because Latin usually typically is another way of saying like South American or Central American, which is different to me than Spain, obviously, or different to me than like Italian. All right, so approximately 57, 58%, almost 59, as white alone and of non-Hispanic Latino origin. Well, that would be the proper way of doing that, including individuals who identify as white in combination with other races. So Jews, about 72.1% of the population claims white heritage. Those specifically claiming ethnic European ancestry make up about 56 to 58% of the country's total population. German, 45 million. We got lots of them here. English, 46.6. Irish, 38.6. I don't think I'm actually like English, but I'm German, Irish, and Italian. Historically, right before World War II, the white and ethnic European population of the United States peaked at approximately 89.8%. Need we say any more? Who won? Who'd we fight with? Who'd we fight on the behalf of? Those darn Bolsheviks? Just to be flooded. 89.8%. What a wonderful world it could be. Now that says a lot right there. He didn't practice his script long enough to sound confident saying the BS he's saying. What a crock of crap. Well, I don't know about it being BS. There's lines that you have to walk down finally before a court. Like, they're the ones going to be prosecuting and, doing the charge. If they want them to stick, they can't taint their own investigation by making it public, because that same public is really they're going to be pulling a trial, like a jury, from. You know what I mean? And there's other reasons, because of lawyers and shit. You don't want them getting off on some fucking technicality. So you gotta stay guarded. Besides, it's a room full of media. It's a room full of people who represent merchants, if you will. And let's hand it off to the sheriff right after the awkward turn and pause behind him. And then Karen says, "We're attempting to appear empathetic. However, we've known about this for several years, and yeah, vomit." No, I didn't get any of that from that. This shit is sick, though. I agree. Said first fire. Karen R. Peterson says he can't get the smell off of him. So it's like the telltale heart. That's when I first was listening to this. I actually said that out loud while I was doing other things today. Like, can't get the blood off the key. The telltale heart. I think it was a key. He can't get the smell off of him. The dirt's not coming off. So is he saying he's held hostage by Z1ists? No, again, no. He's just, he went into a place that was horrific. He obviously is probably from a privileged household and probably not poor at the moment. And seeing filth like that, nobody could imagine anybody wanting to live like that and allowing themselves to and I'm using this term lightly, take care of children that way. Foster care, Edward says, foster care, just keep rolling the dice and recombining people into new families until you finally strike just the right combination of people to declare a family. They can have their own dark city. Nice. Good reference. Karen threw out the BMC link again. Thank you. And then First Fire says, I can't believe my neighbor gave me a buffalo hide. It goes for $1,000. That's cool. You're gonna make a Louis Vuitton bag out of it that's furry on one side? Or maybe one of those, what do they call this? The skins? To have like your wine in when you're, I guess, on your dog sled or something? I don't know. Karen R. Peterson says, can you double check to see if the Buy Me a Coffee link is still there? I think I did it again because people that come in late don't always see pinned messages. I can see it on my screen right now. I don't know if you can see that I can see it, but I see it. It is there pinned. Okay, thanks, Enward. Kids in cages. They weren't actually in cages, but yes, that does happen too. And that was during the Obama administration. At those funky ass Walmarts and Targets, they said they were like 4x4 little pens for little people. And Karen says, sealed because protect the children's the children's and offenders. Karen Peterson says, obviously this is why. Well, but they didn't know about the children at first. Like, the first warrant was sealed. These are all details that I gathered by watching a couple of these different ones. Like, they didn't tell you and they also didn't disclose what the first warrant was about. And I highly doubt that the charges that they were going to go with were somehow going to be more detrimental to the people who are about to face 100 years in prison than what the discovery of the newer crimes against the children would have been. So why was that so coveted? I don't know. Like, they could drop that entire other case or whatever it was about because there's bigger fish to fry here, you know. Karen R. Peterson says, obviously this was why we all must be surveilled 24/7 because the children. Well, no, this is exactly you bring up a good point because that is precisely what they're going to reframe this shit for. And and that's another reason why you don't say everything to the media, because the media was already starting. The way I heard some of the questions, it was, or the people who are probably not trying to propose this in this way or pose the questioning in this way, but it's more like, how did we not know for this long? And we didn't even know that they had children. To me, it's like, okay, this is the perfect place for the diabolical, demonic, vampiric presence to manipulate this very public ordeal into, this is why, and like you said, we need more eyes everywhere, and other things. And this is why we don't need to respect your rights for your Fourth Amendment to be secure in your person, papers, and effects and all that shit. Children and paraplegics. Yeah, we see where this is going. Yep, we do. My God, this press conference, as most others is a complete lying. Make the plebs feel better. I see again. I'm not feeling that. Karen said, had it been a dog breeding horror operation, puppy mill, the consequences would have been worse. Sadly, they're facing some shit. The Dollar General gal looks so upset. Exactly, but she seems like she's very eager to talk to cameras and have some attention. Karen says, they're on the news equals an operation to give us plebes. That's the way I pronounce it. Hope our law enforcement is doing something. Yeah. Antichrist Productions. Hey, what's up? Karen says, law enforcement is one of the key reasons our society is, of course. Oh, no, that was Antichrist saying that. And then Karen said, oh snap, I just noticed as you were typing in Google search, the word Google added more O's to the screen. Yep. I could swear I saw a Victor Hugo. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you don't need to bring that up because that guy's a fucking piece of shit. Maybe they have a rope. Maybe they have rope at Dollar General. Yeah, that's a good one. That's funny. Karen? Yeah. Let's see what we got here. We could probably take a step off of this one. This was 4 days ago. Let's see if we got anything newer. That's 10, like we said. That's pure evil. But this is only 2 minutes long. Let's see what the hell they say. 16 children resembled feral animals rescued from repulsive feces-filled home. It makes you wonder if are these the same people? Yeah, sure is.
Not even imagine people being in, let alone children living in.
That's him again. It sounded a little bit like Chili Castro or De Castro from Delete Laws.
This is pure evil.
This dude is a fucking bodybuilder. You can see it in his jacket. I had a suspicion like that. That's a what's that guy's name? Hold on, I think I have a picture. Like I forgot his name. I'll show you. It's a superhero cartoon guy.
15 children pulled from a feces-filled home looked like feral animals when they were rescued, in a scene that prosecutors say resembled pure evil. The victims, ages 1 to 18, were taken from the deplorable house hidden in a Hallmark, Ohio town, where they spent most of the past 4 years living in squalor, largely confined to a cramped 12 by 12 room that was littered with human waste, authorities explained as new details emerged in the shocking...
Why can't they just potty train themselves and others? Like, that seems like such a basic thing to avoid some of the horrific... they're just animals. What possesses somebody? What gets in there? What type of bacterial or parasitic thing gets into their brains? Or what spiritual death are they having that leaves them an empty, hollow, uncaring shell with no sense of right and wrong or give a shit about it? It's like, oh, look, the appearance of something that might bring joy to a child, a bicycle.
Case. According to Ohio's Attorney General, investigators were forced to wear masks when entering the trash-stacked house and couldn't even reach some
And they
parts.
had pets. I forgot that part. They had shit tons of pets, too. On top of 16 children, 17 children, 16, whatever. And all kinds of filth.
Of it. Grandparents Gary Siders Sr. and Christina Siders were arrested alongside their son, Gary Siders Jr., and his wife, Elizabeth Siders.
Okay, so she is the outsider. I didn't even try to do that because Siders. I said she's the outsider. Oh man, that was organic. Her eyes, man. This is what happens when you don't get your 90 essential nutrients. You should totally go there. Links in the bio.
They are now facing a slew of charges after authorities descended on the house to conduct a search warrant for an unrelated probe and stumbled on the sickly children, whom the AG said looked almost like feral animals. The 20 family members lived in the house, which had just 5 rooms and 1 bathroom in the 1,336
The cleanest room in the house is the bathroom because they didn't use it.
square foot layout, with another 518 square feet in the basement. The children who were never enrolled in school can barely communicate, and some cannot speak at all, officials said. The oldest child, who's 18 years of age, is developmentally disabled and unable to even write her name, according to investigators. The kids were taken to hospitals across...
I can't imagine how they got developmentally disabled. Gee, I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that they are treated like shit and malnourished, and so probably was the mom. So came out developmentally challenged because they didn't have the raw materials that they needed then.
Ohio,
there's really something to that.
After the rescue, it remains
That's the
unclear
key.
exactly who all their parents are. During a virtual arraignment, one of the defendants, Elizabeth Siders, could be seen weeping in her prison cell. Amid health concerns, Gary Siders Sr. has been released from prison and taken to a local hospital to receive treatment, prosecutors revealed. The 4 defendants each pleaded not guilty to 16 counts of child endangerment on July 1st, when a judge set their bail at $300,000 apiece. They all waived their preliminary hearings, scheduled for July 14th. If convicted on all charges, each defendant faces a maximum sentence of up to 192 years in prison.
Oh, 192. See? That dude's face is going to be a meme. I'm going to guarantee that. 18 births in less than 17 years. Ohio case under scrutiny. All out of the same woman? Well, there was a set of twins that apparently died. Can't imagine how. But such caring people like this. The Misery Machine. Well, that sounds like a fun one. Is that like Scooby-Doo, except he's really melancholy?
Well, that's right, guys. As I said, I reviewed.
9 days ago. Here, let's get to like here.
Children's services if they suspect child abuse. I obtained records for 18 children that list Vinton County suspects Elizabeth Siders and Gary Siders Jr. as mom and dad. Their first was born at Holzer Health Systems in Gallia County when Elizabeth was just 15 years old.
See?
And at least to report it and let the police investigate it.
At that point, legal expert Ron O'Brien says a mandated reporter should be questioning statutory rape.
It would be, as you say, a giant red flag that should warrant further inquiry by both the healthcare professional and the police agencies.
Records show Elizabeth then gave birth to 9 more babies at Holzer over the next decade and a half. O'Brien says that number of children alone should have prompted more questions.
How are you taking care of the children? What kind of birth protection are you utilizing? Do you...
Yeah, how are you feeding them? How have you been feeding yourself while you've been pregnant? She was depleted, this woman. I'm saying this because it's a real thing, and everybody should be very cognizant of this thing. That's a real thing. Go here. See this link? You see it. You know you see it. Oh my God. Look at this. What is that? Anyway. You click this, and then the 90 essentials are here. You want the Fulvic-Humic energy blend for sure. And if you're expecting, you most certainly absolutely need these, but you most certainly absolutely need these all the time. So click that. This one. Right here. Right there. Right there. Oh, that's not the pills. That's the capsules. That's the powder. That's the IP6. Okay, so all 4 of those, and then I recommend also this guy, Core Copper. And I'll let you know how the pure collagen goes when I am able to get those. All right, so there you go. And use BB5. Use BB5. Use the Force and BB5. Right there. When you go to checkout. And anything else that you purchase there, you can use code BB5. It'll still give you a discount. And you earn Azure money on the way back. See, I used to like this guy. And then he shows up on Timcast. So has he walked over to the dark side? What's up with that? That's a reputation killer right there. This guy's a worthless POS. It looks like he's about to break out of what is it? Hogan's Heroes. He's gonna crawl out of the fucking the tunnels. See how they always project? They were always going in and out of tunnels. Is where we were? No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. God damn it. Here we go.
Want to have more children.
The next healthcare provider, Ohio Health. Records show Elizabeth Siders gave birth to conjoined twins at Riverside Methodist Hospital in Columbus in 2022.
So sad.
Extremely premature.
Right, because no fucking... There's no vital nutrients in this poor woman. And I say poor because at 15, like, where were her parents? Was she abducted to be the puppy mill? And for what purpose? If they're not going to, what were they doing with them?
Hour due to respiratory failure. Doctors at Ohio...
Like, I'm not seeing the scheme or the scam, you know? Like, what was the purpose of her being constantly pregnant? If they're not going to try to, I guess they had to register these kids if they were going to hospitals to give birth. So then at what point, and she stunk, I'm sure, every time. Oh, could you imagine? That's just a horrific scene. But how would you Like, are they getting government assistance from all the child tax credits or whatever? And if so, why are they still living in filth? Because they're cracked, right?
Blennis Hospital in Athens County delivered another set of twins in 2024 and a fourth set in 2025. I asked Ohio Health reps if they contacted Children's Services. They responded, because of federal privacy laws, we aren't legally allowed to share private health information on any patient without their consent. Athens County Children's Services also cited confidentiality when I asked if they acted on any tips. I also pressed the Vinton County prosecutor.
Was there any mandatory reporting, especially by hospitals or medical officials?
Yeah, I can't address that. Sorry.
While O'Brien says no criminal laws may have been broken if no reports were made, I asked about any civil liability.
And whether or not he had any nachos.
They could be, and certainly it warrants further inquiry.
I asked our legal expert if missing any prenatal or post-birth appointments could be considered neglect.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck that shit. That's a fucking... Fuck that. Now there's another angle for the demons to get their hooks deeper into your soul and tear at it. Oh, you had a wellness check where they always try to force vaccines on your children. Fuck that. Don't try to drag in irrelevant bullshit like the fucking cult of child killers in white coats somehow are legitimized or valid in any of their efforts they have made towards quote-unquote health.
On March 31st, 2008, a 15-year-old named Elizabeth Russell married an 18-year-old named Gary Siders Jr. in Mason County, West Virginia. That part is not unusual for what West Virginia allowed at the time. What made the
Wait, did they say 15-year-old? Is that the part? Is that the part I didn't actually even register?
trip across state lines necessary was Ohio law, which set the minimum marriage age at 16 for girls and 18 for guys. So they crossed the river, signed the papers, and went home. They had been living just 2 houses apart at the time.
She seemed like a normal girl. But what do you know from a fucking still frame picture, right?
Show that at the time of the wedding, Gary Jr. had completed the 9th grade and Elizabeth the 8th. She would later drop out her junior year. 2 months into their marriage in May of 2008, their first child was born. Over the next 17 years, 15 more would follow.
Gary Jr., known to the family as Bub, came from Southeast.
No, so she's wrong. Because 2 died that were conjoined. So 18 would altogether.
Ohio. His parents, 73-year-old Gary Siders Sr. and 67-year-old Christina Siders.
So there's yeah. Want to meet your in-laws? No, I'm good, thanks. Jesus Christ.
Family as Lynn had raised several children in what relatives describe as a normal household. For the sake of simplicity, we will be referring to them as Gary, Lynn, and Bub respectively for the remainder of the episode. Going back more than 20 years, public records show both Gary and Lynn had racked up a few traffic violations and minor civil claims, nothing that would stand out to anyone. And the only blemish on Bub's record was a 2017 citation for not having a booster seat in his car. He paid a fine that was later suspended. Elizabeth's record was completely clean. According to reports, she considered herself a full-time mother while Gary Jr. had been driving for DoorDash.
Hold on a second. Does that look like the same Ryan Kane that we saw? When the hell was this picture taken of this fat ass? He was skinny and tall. That's supposed to be the same Arcane? Really? It's pretty arcane, isn't it? That's hilarious. That was what he looked like when he was... It's like he got in better shape as he got older, apparently, because he was a chunky little monkey over here. It's not... Probably couldn't chase down anything.
Of bacteria in human feces.
Yeah. I don't want to go through the same stuff over and over again. I want to see if there's
A.G.
new
Wilson
stuff.
and Sheriff Kane said some of the children were completely non-speaking. Others could, at least. As of the date of this recording, at least 1 remained hospitalized in serious condition. A.G. Wilson said the following: I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, that there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. All 4 adults, Gary Siders Sr., Gary Bub Siders Jr., Christina Lynn Siders, and Elizabeth Siders, were present in the home when investigators entered. All 4 were arrested on site. The children are now in temporary custody of the Ohio Department of Children and Youth.
They were the outsiders.
According to A.G. Wilson, they were hiding these kids. They knew these kids were neglected. They knew if anyone knew what was going on, those kids would have been taken away from them.
Yeah, we heard all that.
All 4 adults each face 16 counts of second-degree felony child endangerment, 1 count per child. The charges allege all 4 of them mistreated the children in a manner causing serious physical harm. Under Ohio law, a second-degree felony child endangerment conviction carries 2 to 8 years minimum and up to 12 maximum per count. As the Siders have yet to go to trial, all 4 are considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
On July 1st.
I'm just going to say this right now. The guy who's behind the microphone, that's not the first time he's had something of this shape that close to his lips. I'm just saying.
All 4 appeared by video link from the Southeastern Ohio Regional Jail for their arraignment before Vinton County Common Pleas Judge Lena Featherelf Rogers. Judge Rogers entered not guilty pleas for all 4. At that point, none of them had been assigned counsel.
God damn.
Yet. Bond was set
Why are there
free
female judges in the first place? Please make that stop. Make it stop, God.
with the children, and were told that if any of them makes bond, GPS monitoring will be required.
And you will be required to wear a GPS monitor at the state's expense. You would also be
What at the state's expense? Really? When I had to wear one for something, it wasn't at the state's expense. I had to pay for the privilege of wearing it.
no contact with your co-defendants. That means each other. I presume that
You smell too bad to be in this courtroom, so we're gonna talk to you from the camera. Okay? Okay.
keep you from having contact with the other 2.
She might actually be somewhat of a victim here. I don't know.
No contact with the alleged victims of the offense, and if you
But she kept doing it for 17 years. Like, where did mom and dad go from this person's life? God damn.
least that you be fitted with a GPS monitor at state's expense. You have 4 pleas available to you.
And this is
A
her
plea of
husband?
guilty is a complete admission of your guilt.
Hey, sir, look straight at me so I know that you're paying attention. Don't be disrespectful. Oh, wait, never mind.
Guilty plea is a complete denial of your guilt. A no contest plea is not an admission of guilt, but is an admission to the facts that underlie the complaint.
She seems like she's playing for the camera. This is why this is such a bad idea to have social media in this type of situation.
If you plead no contest, the state would give me a statement of facts, and it would be up to the court to determine whether or not you were guilty of the charged offenses based on those facts.
Man, she seems like a real cunt.
On July 2nd, attorney Dorian Keith Baum, who was tasked to represent Gary, released a formal press statement on the case.
Hey, the smiling fucking demon. Look at that. Look at that. That looks almost like you put a jester hat on him, put some white makeup on him, make him walk and dance like this, rub his hands together. Jesus Christ, man. That's a fucking court jester smile if I've ever seen one.
He noted that no formal indictment had yet been filed, only a complaint and then an amended complaint with 1 fewer count. He told reporters, "We ask that the community at large, as well as anyone who might have interest in this case, to take a deep breath.
No, you can't. It smells too bad.
Let the case play out and the facts play out."
Attorney Thomas Stoley, representing Elizabeth, met with her at the Vinton County Jail on July 2nd. He spent about an hour and a half with her. He described
And she got pregnant.
her as crying and exhausted. He came away with a different read than the one presented at the press conferences. He said that the person that I met with...
Are you supposed to, like, feel like you're on a boat and you're getting seasick with the way these fucking things keep on moving, the images?
Not someone who comes across as pure evil. Evil requires malice. And the person that I saw there, Elizabeth,
of course,
she doesn't have that in her eyes, at least from this initial meeting.
Right. Oh, you've looked at it and you've decided, you must be one of those empaths. It just happened to be in a criminal defense lawyer, right?
Her first questions, he said, were about the children. He continued, she asked if her children were okay. She asked if I knew where they were.
Why didn't you care about them the last 17 years? Like, granted, if you're a victim or whatever, but still, they can't speak. You let them live like that. Now you want to know if they're okay? There was no formidable, bodyguard at the door. You could have taken them somewhere at any time if you actually gave a shit.
And she asked when she'd be able to see them again. Usually when people are in jail, they ask, can you get me out of here? When can I get out? So I think that was telling.
Shut the
also
fuck
told
up.
reporters, I think that this is more so a case of isolation than a case of evil. And I think that there's an important distinction there because...
Yeah, but so what was the underlying force of stupidity and evil that was making them remain in a place like that? Once, because she came from, I'm assuming, the outside world. She knew what it was about. Why would she think that any of the shit that she was experiencing was normal? And why would she want to raise children in that? If there wasn't something cracked in all of their heads.
Because if that's all you know, and you have to think someone at 15 years old doesn't know a whole lot about being an adult, about being a mother, about being
Dude, stop with the fucking, this virtually bullshit.
Life, and that's been your worldview for the past 17 or 18
Yeah, why that? Why?
Years.
Where the fuck did they isolate her from her fucking family too? Was she a foster child herself? Like, what are we talking about here?
Get shaped by that. While the headlines may be sensational, there is
I hate lawyer speak. I really do.
Is asked to contact the Ohio Bureau of Criminal.
Oh, so this is a duo, a gay guy and a fat chick. That's what an unlikely pairing that would be.
Years, so they were only beginning to understand what had been really going on next door. Josh Odell, who lived nearby, thought the place was abandoned. Mark Wesley and his neighbor, P.D. Angels, both live one street up, and they said they never saw children near the property. Joseph Stewart, who has lived 3 houses down for 6 years, told reporters that he had seen no kids at all. Hamden Mayor Mike Neary told reporters that he had stopped by the property from time to time, checking the grass and reading the meter, and he never picked up on anything. Says his family has been receiving death threats since the news broke.
Oh, the poor victims. Shut the fuck up. Ronnie, Sider's family member. Ronnie, did you know you're related to the grandpa and the grandma? Did you know this condition? Apparently you knew of them. It wasn't like they were distant relatives. How are you not somehow responsible for this? And start acting like, we've been getting death threats. What do you smell like?
We've had death threats. We've been told that we need to be put in front of a, execution line of guns and, killed and, burned in, what I mean?
Oh my God, they are a wealth of intellect, though.
It's been bad. Gary and Lynn did not raise their children that way. They're the 4 daughters that got out are successful members of society.
They got out of that fucking prison hellhole.
Our children have, college degrees or, whatever, and for us to be put into all this, and there's generational incest and, this is going on generational, it's not true. This is all into that one home. The last time we heard from them, we gave them a car, and it's probably close to a year ago now, other than them Lynn calling us and asking for money, or, they needed help with the water bill, or, whatever. And if we had it, we sent it. If we didn't, one of the other daughters did. So we've done what we could for that family at the arm's length that they was keeping us at.
His wife is afraid to go to work. He says vehicles have been driving past their house and taking...
I'm not driving with this bullshit here. I don't give 2 fucks. It's just the same thing twice. Did we just... Yeah, it is. It was... I think we've got enough out of that one, don't we? See, again, you got to watch out where you pause things, because, granted, that's probably a pretty good encapsulation of what she's all about, but...
All they could.
Yeah, especially when you shake your head like that. She looks like the Mepstagram 20 more years added to her. Coach Greg's girlfriend. If she donned the immortal demonic soul of Peggy Hall from whatever the hell that stupid thing is that she does. Yeah. Here's the other horrific one. You guys want some more horrific shit? We got some more horrific shit here. Apparently Twitcher doesn't like me too much yet. Let's see what we got over here. We might just call it. Oh, and I got some Instagram. What how long have I been on? I got family and shit. Let's see. Edward says they don't care how bad. What? Peggy Hall and all my. Let's see. They don't care how bad it is for the countless kids, as long as none of them get taken away. They treasure their kids like a treasure dragon treasures its treasures. Right? Exactly. But Daniel, aren't all state-appointed criminal lawyers empaths? And Grace says there are so many movies being made about trafficking, kidnapping, fathers keeping kids in basements. It's like they are normalizing it. Well, that's interesting that they would be trying to demonize fathers yet again, and because they're making movies, which means they're making false, as in made up stories. Of course, it would be the fathers, right? Fathers are always the bad people. They got to get rid of the fathers from the family, so that the whole family is a shit. You know, that's great. What a terrific idea. Let's see what's going on over here. Probably nothing.
Low-key.
Don't say low key unless you want me to call out the fact that it's a stupid thing, and all you're doing is summoning Loki, as in the mischief maker who likes to trick people into killing their children and eating them. Yeah, that's Loki. It's actually who Balder was. Yeah, I wonder how that got into the lexicon phonetically. Such squalid conditions for children, almost like a Jewish welfare fraud ghetto. Yeah, yep. Yep. Yeah, like it's the man who wants to play human dollhouse. Exactly. Yeah, that's what everybody wants to do. You know, if you have a calling to be a father, if you feel like, hey, yeah, I was bumming around trying to figure out what makes me happy. Then I got told the news I'm going to be a dad, and something switched in you, and you found purpose. Like, kind of happened to me. I was doing all kinds of things. But then I still try to do all those things because I enjoy seeing what I can achieve. And now I have a reason for it, though. It's not just aimless. Let's see if I can do this. It's like, well, this will benefit this wonderful creature that I've brought into the world. Who's going through a phase right now, which is kind of hard for me because it's like there's an entity in this house that's kind of a little evil, that's kind of driving a wedge. It's not really her phase. It's more like she's a good person and she feels like she needs to take sides because that's what the demonic bitch has made her feel like. So that's the way it is. I'm going to put a little bit of this on. It's sad. I think this is what Coach Greg was talking about. I'm pretty sure it's the same person. Yeah, this 7-year-old son dies at 255 pounds. Again, a hoarder's house. And no, just because there's 2 stories in all of 330 million people or whatever, doesn't mean that it's an epidemic of these things. It's just what they're showing us, right? Because it sounds, and maybe they're showing us more of this shit. Obviously, it's horrific. Obviously, it would make the news anyway. But I have the sense that they're going to try to use it for evil, of course, and be more involved in how you raise your children as a result of only feeding you this one thing. And the soft heads out there who don't have families, who have no discernible comprehension skills, will be like, yeah, protect because they have misplaced sense of motherly instincts, because those motherly instincts have been rerouted into stupid I say too much, stupid causes that just leave them more hollow and unfulfilled. And that's by design, because that's what the cult of child killers does to people when they want to redirect the beautiful maternal instincts away from that very nurturing role that they should be filling, and then fill them with shit instead and tell them that that's what's better for them. And those are the people that make decisions like, yeah, go after those damn families and make sure they're doing right, because of course it's the system that would be way, way more nice and way, way less. I guess the assumption that the cult of child killer system is somehow going to be more beneficial to the raising your children. The state's been wanting to raise your children forever, and this is what the Clintons wanted to do. But I'll play a little bit of this. I gotta get up and say hello. I just want to check in on my daughter.
It's a story with a headline so shocking and sad, you have to read it twice to believe what police are alleging.
This one got me so like something. I felt something in my chest and my stomach, and I was like, I was very saddened by this. I mean, and you understand like how much of a gift a child is, and like how much of responsibility it is for you to do everything you can for them, and then see how other people treat that with like completely no it should be a natural understanding, but it's not, or it's ignored, or it's overridden by like they override it with their own selfish desires or whatnot. But it's just a slew of horrible, horrible things that happen, and as a parent who loves their daughter very, very much, seeing things like this, it sucks, man. So I actually turned it off. I don't know if it was this particular video, but it was this story.
This 7-year-old boy is dead. He allegedly weighed 255 pounds. Now his parents are charged with murder after the boy was found unresponsive in their home.
For a 7-year-old male, 7, not breathing. Sounds like they're getting CPR started.
I have the newly released police report that details what allegedly happened on the day that young boy was found living in conditions that police say were so horrific they, quote, cannot be accurately described in words. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. $255 pounds. Let's face it, that is a weight that's considered heavy by adult standards. But a 7-year-old, you just continue to ask yourself, how is that even possible? The average weight, by the way, for a 7-year-old boy, it should be between 50 and 55 pounds. 7-year-old Casper O'Brien, though, should be known for so much more than just the way that he died and his weight at the time that he died, which has made this such a national story. There's no question that 7-year-old Casper faced a lot of challenges in his life from the moment he was born. He was diagnosed with autism, his family says, and they also say that he was nonverbal. But his obituary, and this is important, it says that Casper was a bright, loving young boy whose joyful spirit touched everyone around him. An important thing to note with that obituary is that it also reads that he is survived by his parents, Jessica and Damien. And the context there is the obituary was written shortly after Casper passed away on November 4th, 2025. And there's a lot that has changed since then, because Jessica and Damien are now accused of killing young Casper. You may have already seen the headlines in this story, certainly that number, 255 pounds, and the questions about how that was even possible. But the police report that we have, that I'm about to share with you, gives details that make this story so much more difficult, because I'll tell you what allegedly Casper's parents said when police arrived at the house and what their alleged excuses were for not just the state of the home, but the health of their 7-year-old son.
It's across Italian Corona for a 7-year-old male, 7, not breathing. Sounds like they're getting CPR started. E26 en route from downtown.
Police were called on that day in November in the morning to a house in Genesee Township, Michigan, specifically Flint Township. And as you read through this police document, you find that officers really had a hard time finding the words to accurately describe what they reportedly saw inside. So we found the call from November 4th in Genesee County that sent officers to the home of the O'Briens. Now, inside the house, Casper was not breathing. Police write that they get to the home just before 9 in the morning, and Jessica O'Brien said that Casper had been breathing that morning around 8:30, but then 15 minutes later, she went to check on him, and he was no longer breathing, so she called 911. One of the first officers who entered the home writes, quote, I observed extreme hoarding conditions. There was trash on the floor throughout the residence. It was so extreme, I could not tell if there was carpet or wood floors. Police, and I noticed this as you read through, it's a 16-page police report. And each narrative from the, I think about 5 officers who write what they encountered that day, they really had a hard time finding the words to describe what they experienced when they went into this house. There's one officer who writes, quote, the residence was absolutely disgusting and can't be accurately described in words. Another officer said, upon entering through the front door, I observed the living room completely covered in trash, including numerous stacked garbage bags. Then in the summary of one statement by an officer, they write, quote, the residence was overwhelmingly cluttered and unsanitary with large amounts of trash and poop throughout, which emitted an overbearing and foul odor. Furthermore, there were abundant insects throughout the entirety of the residence. This home was a mess, and that is putting it lightly. And inside, as they work their way through the trash, police say, they encounter Casper O'Brien, this young boy who was unresponsive. They were allegedly doing CPR on him, Casper's family members, specifically his uncle. But police end up rushing Casper to the hospital, and he is pronounced dead before noon on that day. And according to the local medical examiner, Casper's cause of death was dilated cardiomyopathy. So I looked that up. I'm obviously not a doctor, but the National Institutes of Health says that it is heart disease and it's associated with people who struggle with obesity. And to my understanding, your heart enlarges and it's almost stretched too thin to be able to pump blood effectively. Casper's heart, it was just too weak to continue working. Now, police end up speaking to both Jessica and Damian O'Brien separately, and based on what's been alleged, you hear a lot of excuses for the state of the home and the health of their son. They have a 5-year-old daughter also, by the way, who was found inside the house, and police allege that her fingernails were dirty and her hair was knotted and tangled, and she also had a bad cough, which police were concerned about her health. And when you think of everything that was potentially in the air with the descriptions we're getting from inside the house, that is a major concern. The story that the O'Briens give about Casper's day-to-day is nothing short of heartbreaking. Jessica told investigators that Casper was mobile, but she also said he spent 12 hours a day in his bed. So let's face it, he was bedridden for most of the day. His mother told police that Casper's diet consisted of a daily large bag of potato chips, a large French fry, carbonated sugar water that's called ice, and apple juice. Jessica O'Brien also said that all Casper wanted to do was eat because of an undiagnosed eating disorder. Now remember, Casper's only 7 years old and he's nonverbal. Now police say he had not seen a doctor in 2 years, and they allege that Jessica never really made an effort to take Casper to a doctor, but they also say, and this is important when you think of how the criminal case could play out, they allege that she could have. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that factors into all of this in a moment. Now, Casper reportedly didn't bathe for approximately 6 months. His dad said he would allegedly clean him with wipes roughly 3 times a week, and he said that Casper didn't like water, but they did have a working shower. So there's another example of something that could have been done, and the resources were there to do it, but they didn't, according to police. What police say they found when they examined Casper's body at the hospital is really disturbing, so I'm going to give you a warning of that before we get into it. Police say that the bag that Casper was in after he was pronounced dead had a concerning smell, but it was not the smell of a body decomposing, but, quote, poor hygiene and filth and possible infection. Quote, Casper appeared to not have been bathed for an extended period of time. Dirt, dead skin, and unknown buildup was observed all over Casper's body. Casper had long hair that appeared extremely dirty and began to dreadlock in several areas, indicating that it had not been brushed in a long time. Casper's fingernails were very long, unkempt, and filthy. Upon examining Casper's skin folds and armpits, the officer writes, I observed redness and open sores that appeared to be infected with redness and swelling around the affected areas. It also says, quote, I observed some of the worst open sores and rashes I have ever personally witnessed. Casper's disposable brief diaper was soiled with dry feces and urine. Upon removing Casper's brief, he had deep red rashes with open sores to both of the backside of his legs, thighs, and buttock that also appear infected with redness and swelling around the affected areas. Now, these injuries and Casper's alleged conditions, these do not happen overnight. I want to show you this picture here.
That was the part that got me. The bed sort of thing, the neglect, allowing that shit to happen to your child.
This is on Jessica O'Brien's Facebook page that we found, and it's a picture from 2022. It's unclear how things got so bad in this house, allegedly, as you just take a look at Casper there. Obviously a big
not alleged,
kid, but
you found him
again,
dead.
at the time he passed away, we were talking about 255 pounds, according to police. Now, as far as Damian O'Brien, the dad, is concerned, he told police that his son, he thought weighed 170 pounds, which, look, that would still be huge for a 7-year-old. But again, 255 is the number that police say he weighed at the time that he died. There's one other thing that I really noticed in the narrative that's been laid out by police, and it's that Jessica O'Brien told them that one of the family dogs had a stroke the night before Casper died, and she got up that morning to make a vet appointment. Think about that. Her dog allegedly has a health issue. So the first thing she does, call the doctor for that dog. And yet her son hadn't seen a doctor in roughly 2 years. Police say
Again, making a case for the doctors. People didn't know how to eat themselves, but still, like, come on, man.
didn't even know who Casper's pediatrician was. This was a boy who had serious medical issues.
See, I don't like the way this is framed around the whole MD death cult. But you get it. This is also something horrible that happened. And this is what Coach Greg was talking about in the other video. That it was murder. Look at that light bulb head. Dead eyes.
My politics align with whoever I need to vote for to ensure that that doesn't end up at my front door. I feel like my DNA is closer to my dog than that. No. Who do I need to offend? Who needs to call me racist to make sure that doesn't happen? I don't care. I'll do it. Take one for the team. Because no, absolutely not. That's not showing up at my front door.
Doesn't work. Maybe it is. I hit pause for a reason there, guy.
World actually ended in 1945, and we've been living in a type of post-apocalyptic environment ever since.
Funny that he was in 1945, and there is, you guys know, Dresden. Pretty sure.
And I don't mean politically that everything did change, I mean technologically and chemically. At the turn of the 20th century, technology was heading in a very different direction to where it is today. Today, the world is dominated by the chemical warlord, the snake that eats its own tail, and Saturn who devours his children. Maybe it all started when German chemist August Kekule had a dream of a snake eating its own tail, which revealed to him the molecular structure of benzene. Benzene is arguably the most important chemical compound and revolutionized the world with its use of plastic detergents, pesticides, and the synthesis of pharmaceuticals.
Massively carcinogenic.
Drugs. The snake eating its own tail famously represents the cycle of samsara, the cycle of impermanence and suffering fueled by ignorance. I'm sure the correlation is not lost on you when the very molecular structure of the plastics that pollute the world and the pharmaceutical drugs that keep people sick came as the symbol of samsara to a man in his dreams. The 20th century was the century of industrialized chemistry. The world wars never ended. The weapons of war were just redirected onto the civilian population.
Yes.
And while the marvels of chemistry has made our world more convenient, it's come at the cost of our health.
Because we have become prisoners in the process.
And our environment. Let's take ammonium nitrate. What is ammonium nitrate predominantly used for? The answer is fertilizer, which after the World Wars led to the explosion of third world population from 1.2 billion to 7.1 billion via the Green Revolution. But before it was used as fertilizer, the compounds ammonium and nitrogen were used for bombs, explosives, and poison gas. Organophosphates used as nerve agents like sarin gas were repurposed as pesticides and insecticides. Mustard gas was repurposed for chemotherapy. Chlorine, which was used as a chemical weapon, was repurposed for water disinfection, plastic production, and household bleach. Teflon, which was resistant enough to be used for the Manhattan nuclear project, was then commercialized for non-stick cookware. Nylon, originally used as parachutes during the war, is now the largest contribution of microplastics in the world, contributing to infertility, endocrine disruption, cell damage, and oxidative stress. But do not fear. There is a way out of this chemical samsara, and the solution lies in resurrecting the maverick genius of a handful of thinkers, scientists.
They showed Royal Raymond Rife?
And inventors that were famous in the early 1900s, but who have since been mysteriously erased from the record books. Stay tuned for part 2. What if I told...
There you go. Baby decapitated due to doctor's actions. An unborn baby was decapitated after a Dundee, not crocodile, doctor chose the wrong method of delivery, a tribunal has ruled. And what is this? Indian doctor that gained her qualifications in India decapitates baby in Scotland. The West now recognizes third world qualifications, and the standards in the West have been dramatically lowered. This is causing so many tragic outcomes. What the hell's all dry on me? That's weird. Salt. From sweating on the elliptical, I guess. Qualifications and standards in the West have been dramatically lowered. This is causing so many tragic outcomes in healthcare all across the West. Yeah, but you don't need Dr. Glidden, right? You don't need Dr. Glidden in your life. You don't need to take matters in your own hands and have to take the responsibility into your own hands. You should just keep going to these people. I know many nurses and doctors in Melbourne, and what is happening within our healthcare system due to mass immigrating third world doctors and nurses is truly horrifying. Many are afraid to publicly speak out of fear of losing their jobs, but Aussies are dying due to incompetence. These tragedies are horrific. How come I'm not already doing this one? Oh, I have. Must be following this other one. I don't think this is the original. These tragedies are horrific. Someone's child died a death so gruesome it will haunt her parents' lives forever. But I'm sorry to say there is even more to this problem. What happens when some third world retard is shunted along through medical school and pushed into a real life hospital system? Every competent white professional gets burdened by them. And it's racist for you to step in and say, yeah, that's not how you do things. Anyone with medical professional family, remember, this is the same country that eats shit and rolls around in it. Like, I totally see how that translates to sterile technique. Anyone with medical professional family friends can attest to this. 4 a.m. calls from fellow doctors, Schlurpa and Ninpapo, asking what to do with their patients. They don't know anything. A handful out of 1 million third worlders are smart enough to be decent physicians, sure, but most are quotas that were pushed through the system with enormous effort, burden, and risk. If you thought some fields were too sacred, important, and specialized to be subjected to third worlder quotas, you'd be mistaken, right? Because of the parasitic cult of death. I was going to say child killers, but it's both. They want the degradation. Pilots, surgeons, air traffic controllers, all of these programs have blacks and Indians and others pushed through because it's embarrassing to fail all of the Browns. So go ahead, go under the knife of that third worlder graduate. But if you do, see that? They put an intern at UCSD in front of me after selling me on the guy with 30 years of orthopedic surgery experience. As they were gassing me to put me out for my wrist, in walks Tall black dude from UCSD. So go ahead, go into the knife of that third world graduate. But if you do, you better hope they have some competent white coworkers to bail them out. Without mass re-migration, this continues indefinitely. Well, without getting rid of the parasite first, you're not going to be able to fix that problem. Without mass racial awareness, we will continue to pretend every group is equally capable and blame ourselves when they fail to live up to that impossible standard. Impossible for them. Every day for, certain people. Without white racial solidarity, this is him speaking, we will continue to give precious spots to foreign third worlders who will waste them, who will burden our systems, who will deprive capable whites of these spots in some sort of pity ritual. Yeah, we've seen this before, though, right? This was built for the 1893 World's Fair. Where did it all go? That's the Chicago Columbian Exposition. That was our world before the parasite fully took over. This was America. You don't know how much you've lost until you see what we've had. We were born afterward and in captivity, unaware that we're prisoners in our own land.
Hey guys, I don't know about you, but a lot of this anti-Semitism is really rubbing me the wrong way. So I hit my Encyclopedia Britannicas, as you can see behind me, from 1968. See?
I like this guy. He says, is the Bolshevik genocide in there? Check on page 6 million.
1968, Encyclopedia Britannica. Epic. Because I wanted to go back even closer to when the horrible events happened and really show people what happened and to stop this. I wanted to deny the denial. You know what I mean? So I went to my H book from Encyclopedia Britannica that has everything you can possibly imagine in it. And I want to shut these fucking anti-Semites up once and for all, about the Holocaust. So I looked it up. There's Holmes, solid mustache, H-O-L.
Was it H.H. Holmes?
Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait a god.
You're supposed to say Jiminy Crickets or something. You gotta pull the Charlie Moist Critical when you're, coming up with funny old timer words to replace the boring, worn out, words that we use these days.
Guys, Holy Roman Empire, okay. Holy Roman Empire, Holy Roman Empire, Holy Orders.
Well, if it's already at the
Ghost,
Y, then it's not
Holy
Holo, as in Holocaust. So is Holodomor in there?
Land, Holy Cross, Hotel, Holstein, Holt. Guys, this just happened in real time. The Encyclopedia Britannica from 1968 is pure, unadulterated hate. I guarantee Palestine isn't in here. Oh, Jesus. Palestine. So, Palestine. Oh, fuck. So much hatred. Palestine. Guys, it's pages of pure hate. Jew hate, might as well. Oh, more Jew hate? Oh, no. Oh, gee, you might as well make them wear a star. You know what I mean? Guys, there are pages and pages all about this country that, according to Ben Shapiro, doesn't exist. But then I went to H to look up the horrors of the worst event in human history, and lo and behold, it's not in the goddamn encyclopedia from 1968. Dear Encyclopedia Britannica, you'll be hearing from the ADL, and you will also be hearing from my lawyer, because I'm going to be suing you for...
Oy vey!
$33 billion. Suck it, Encyclopedia Britannica. You want to pump hate I mean, that was only...
I think the statute of limitations is worn out on that. I'm pretty sure the newer ones have it all over it.
23 years after it happened, and there's no reporting on it. But 80 years after it happened, that's all we fucking talk about. Duh, duh.
This woman is a fucking NASCAR driver. Let's see how well she handles her emotions over a penalty.
Pass-through penalty right here.
You guys, I'm trying my best to hold my shit together, but I don't want to keep doing this.
You're okay. We'll just do this pass-through and get after it.
Gonna have like 15 laps to go to this.
It says female NASCAR driver cries during shocking car meltdown. Shocking in-car meltdown. Parks truck during race and rage quits the series. Parked it on the track? Isn't that kind of dangerous? And she's got the 2-2, which is a little interesting. I'm sure Nicodemus would have some fun with that one.
I want to do it when you get back out here. You can bring it in, okay? There's just so many shitty things that I could say right now.
So this is what they allowed into the race. Oh yeah. Everybody can ride. Sure. Don't give them their own race. They should have like old Asian ladies with big glasses that can't see over the steering wheel. That'd be great. Everybody would be going like 25 miles per hour.
And I'm just trying to keep it together. About the f***ing director of the series. Try to keep your composure and try to just breathe. And if you're not comfortable with this, come in. Let's remember what's on our truck.
She's only turning left, by the way. That's hilarious.
Bring it to the garage, right? I feel like a f***ing failure if I do that. You're not. Let's do that. Drive down to the garage.
Drive down to the garage. Go ahead and just call it. It's okay, honey. Don't worry. Could you imagine if that's how they talk to like people like Ricky Bobby and shit? Oh, it's okay, Ricky. Just come on back. You don't gotta...
You know Ricky Bobby was a character in a movie, right?
Hey, sweetheart, it's okay. Pit manager shouldn't even...
He obviously doesn't know anything about like actual racing if the only thing he could come up with was... He didn't say Dale Earnhardt Jr. He didn't say like, anybody else. He's Ricky Bobby.
Even responded. He should have just been like, Lock in, bitch. That's all he had to say. Lock the fuck in.
There's so many things I want to say, and I'm probably going to get fucking suspended. You have no idea.
You have no
Hey,
idea.
just pay attention to the spotter. He'll get you into the garage. It'll be okay.
I'm sorry, Josh. I'm not going to come back to the truck series. Garrett can take it from here on out. I'm staying in the O'Reilly series. This series sucks. I hear you. I'll have a fresh bottle of water for you when you get out of the truck.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
We got to put something together for you for Nashville.
And they're already talking about what they're going to do for her to get her in another race. That's not promoted by a certain hand that rubs another hand, is it?
amount of hate I'm going to get online for this is just going to be insane. I'm not ready.
You're not focused on the race at all. You're worried about what all the strangers are going to say about you on the internet. You're pathetic. This is the proof. Enough right here. Can you imagine the feminists that are like, I can't believe they're trying to put her into this. They're like, it's so fucking stupid. They're babying this broad because she fucked up. Unreal. This woman is a fucking...
His shtick is a little bit lame, but it is what it is.
People love talking about civil war. This liberal says in a civil war, the right would get their ass kicked.
You have a modern civil war where it's liberals against conservatives. Conservatives would get the shit kicked out of them. You guys have no allies. No one else in the world likes you. Who are your allies going to be? Russia, already bitten off more than they can chew. The icon.
So this is, yeah. You got a mustache. You kind of look like you might be a male, but you're not a male. Look at that.
Doesn't even help us in wars that they start. You would have no allies. No one likes you outside of like the South. Also, you guys don't read, and you want a war against the blue-haired they-thems that you love to bully. I'm telling you, the blue-haired they-thems are going to be reading. They're going to be reading Sun Tzu's The Art of War. They're going to be studying the Battle of Algiers and IRA tactics in Belfast. They're going to be learning how to make C4 and hack drones.
Now, I have to preface everything.
They're going to be reading Aleister Crowley and doing rituals and cutting off their genitals in a Sibylline cult's fashion. That's what they're going to be doing, and it make sure they have their hormone blockers in check. Yeah, they'll be faster to press a trigger because they're unstable. That part you got correct.
I'm about to say that this is not Fed posting. I don't want anyone to commit any crimes. I want you to live a full and happy life and pursue having a family. You think that a civil war in America would mean people just hold up their voter registration and then march to a fucking firing line? No, a civil war would be like an atrocity. Following 2020, there have been numerous attacks on the public power infrastructure, and the U.S. power grid has not really been updated in decades. We saw it in 2021 when, during the winter, Texas's power grid froze, and suddenly people were freezing to death. And people are out of power, and there was looting. There have been numerous unsuccessful, isolated, or even suicidal attacks on power substations or the power grid in general. But in a theoretical civil war, this would be a massive target. In California in 2013, the Metcalf shooters damaged 17 power transformers and did $15 million worth of equipment damage, and they were not caught. Any scenario with true widespread political violence would likely cause this asymmetric warfare, where America would turn into like Syria overnight, where parts of it are peaceful and other parts have active conflict. And all those other parts with active conflict would impact every luxury that makes your modern life convenient. Political extremists or terrorists or what have you would attack America's public power infrastructure, their water lines, shipping and logistics companies, long-haul trucking, train lines, public transportation, deep water ports and ships, blow up fucking oil tankers. They would blow up fucking oil refining facilities, warehouses, manufacturing facilities, radio, cell towers, fuel pipelines, gas facilities, liquid natural gas, strategic petroleum reserves. What are you going to do? You can't get fucking gasoline anymore. You can't get shit shipped in from another country if you have supply chain issues and people can't get medication. 34% of American
medication. You can't get fucking food, dude.
Psychiatric medication. 6 in 10 American adults are on one or more prescriptions. How many?
Again, these people with their, it's not a legitimate practice.
Suicides would there be? 2008 EMP report that within 1 to 3 days, hospitals, even with backup generators and power supply logistics, would still be struggling. People on ventilators, people with health insecurity would be dying. In 2020, when there was minor civil unrest, there were in excess 5,000 murders. Opportunistic looters and gangbangers and cartels would take advantage of this and fill any power vacuums. If the federal government wasn't fracturing apart and is still cohesive and mounts a response and federalizes the National Guard and puts them on the street in every single city, which could be successful, that would raise the public awareness of every civilian immediately. And many civilians would be fine with that as long as it establishes normalcy and peace. Others might...
Again, stupid belief in the system that is run by the demonic cult. This kid's got some fucking issues.
Consider Cape Coral, Florida. This is probably where your segment was last week, right? Where city leaders are exploring installing AI-powered cameras on garbage trucks to surveil neighborhoods for code violations. The city manager called it a more efficient way to save taxpayers' money.
By constantly scrutinizing and constantly surveilling and looking for code violations in your property, that's a better use of your taxpayer money, is to have them give you fines, multiple thousands of dollars, typically, more efficiently than having to actually get off their fat asses and go seeking something like that with some sort of, I guess, I don't know, directive from maybe a judge. No, screw all that. Let's just put cameras on top of garbage trucks.
By just going directly to them, just like extracting it from them directly.
RoboCop is just here to help you. A resident shot back. Who's to say they're not going to use that information for something else? I'm going to skip past all this. So, SCOTUS has repeatedly held that the citizens have no reasonable expectation of privacy in public places, including any place viewable from public streets and sidewalks. That's
so you're home, basically.
The pro-cam argument. On the other hand, citizens must be protected from police searches without probable cause, and they must also be provided with due process. So those are pretty good arguments too. Last week, in fact, the Supreme Court held that geofencing, collecting bulk cell phone data, was an unconstitutional search.
Like that's going to stop them. Wave A.
You guys know that white people are not committing any crime.
That's a little bit excessive. We just saw 4 people, they're 16, portably taking care of children, and then, but anyway, this Alberto Cruz Mendoza, you know, I guess Hispanic is white, so they can fudge the numbers.
Like none of it is us. It's all misclassification. All of it. White people have had this suspicion for quite some time in our gut. We've been like, I don't know. I don't think they're telling the truth about this.
Patel is white. Every Pidgeot that comes over here is white.
Statistics. In 1955, white people were 90% of the population. They were 45% of the arrests. That's a 0.5 ratio. Today, we're about 55% of the population and we're about 55% of the rest. So that's a 1 ratio. They want you to think that white people have gotten twice as criminal the last 70 years as quality of life has increased. We've been calling bullshit on this for quite some time now. And now we're proving it, right? And we all understood this instinctually. That's why you're not afraid of white men. That's why you're not afraid to live in an all-white neighborhood. That's why you're not afraid to put your kids into an all-white school. And they've been calling white men the most dangerous, radical white men the most dangerous threat to the country for 30 years now. And they've been cooking the books to try and prove this hypothesis.
Those guys are all white, by the way.
They couldn't cook them fast enough because that's how non-criminal,
all white. Muhammad Memon is white. Ahmed Abdullah Al-Nasir is also white. And Muhammad Zohaib.
Violent we are. They've been doing this for 2 reasons. Number one, it's so we don't know how bad the non-white problem is. There's one problem in this country. It's the non-white problem. As soon as we figure this problem out.
It's actually the oy vey problem that causes all other problems. Go to the root, pull it out by the root.
We live in utopia. And number 2, they've been wanting to try and make people think that white men are the dangerous ones so they could get everybody else against us. It's a 2-pronged attack. It's a 2-front war here. And we have now found this and we see this coming out daily. White people have to do something about this. We have to do something.
This asshole here, bad hombre, pedo presso over here. The FBI statistics make a clear distinction of crime committed by white. They're going off of the statistics of the fucking municipalities that are classifying these people when they go into jails as white, you dumb fucking asshole. Shut up.
Something about this right now, because if everybody realizes that upwards of 50% of arrests are being misclassified as white people, the entire country turns racist overnight. You guys know that white people are.
He says, quiet please, adults are talking. Yes, that's all right. Oh, that was the same guy? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, we'll pick it up from there. Oh yeah, we gotta do this. He said, oh, can I get your autograph? We got him to turn around and then they grabbed him. Him and his brother. And then they like take all of their nice stuff off of them. Oh, they got brother looked like he was a rabbi there with that top hat.
Come over here by me.
You guys do everything together. Oh, they got a guy in a gold fucking jacket. Here, let me grab all your expensive jewelry so I can well, I mean, I'll totally hold on to it for you. Don't you worry.
Back up. Back up. Back up.
Shut the fuck up. Just because you're doing something doesn't mean that you're. Look at these guys are fucking jokes too.
Guys, back up.
They need a guy to be holding a rifle this way, and a few of them around them in order to get the rough and tumble take brothers. Give me a fucking break. He doesn't look like he knows what he's doing the way he's like bouncing around so much. He's not maintaining a posture. He has skinny little bitch arms. And I don't understand why cops aren't shaving anymore. They look more and more like a Bolshevik every day. Look, all of them. All of them are like, is this what we're supposed to do? Is this what we're supposed to do? I wouldn't be surprised if this was a fucking stunt. Look at they look nervous. Like they don't know what the frick they're doing. No situational awareness whatsoever. Does he even have, like, he's got a bunch of bullshit on him, but where's his, yeah, whatever. Please. Where's Dexter? Looks like there's some blood spatter. It's probably from the Tates pissing themselves. Look, he's got all their jewelry. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I got it for you. Don't worry. It's like, oh, we had to pass the Cadillac. You want me to sit in the freaking Dodge? You serious? Do you know who I am? Wings see like that? That's funny.
Tristan, anything to say?
Fuck you. Kind of makes me wonder if any of his entourage was helping set that up. Yes. Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested in Miami by the U.S. Marshals Service. The Tate brothers are facing 59 charges. 42 against Andrew, 17 against Tristan. Andrew Tate, 39, is being charged with 7 further counts of rape, 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation, 3 counts of assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and 19 additional charges for offenses relating to incidents, indecent images of a child, and extreme pornography. Whoa. Now, he's a CIA son, you know, so I don't know. Did his apology to Patrick Bet David not sit well enough with the Jew? What do you call it? What would you call that round table? The round table of smelly rabbis. They're like, yeah, that wasn't good enough. He said nigger Heil Hitler. He's got to go. Tristan Tate, 38, is being charged with 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation. And Wing C says this. The guy with this picture, with his finger in his nose, says, "Wow, people of influence at war with Satan. Guarantee they didn't do it." It says, Tate arrests infinity, Epstein arrests 0. And that's how you know the Matrix is real. Or not real, right? This is more like it. What we live in is not real. It is real. It is real. Haha. See? There's a lot of good stuff here. We'll probably pick up in the morning. Trump DOJ blocks new investigation into Epstein Ranch. They were too busy with the Tate brothers. What, the flock? Would you flock her? I don't think so. Of course you would. Oh, this is funny. Let's do this one real quick. This is get a good look at his face before it starts moving around all fast. This is Bear Fiorda. I think I said that right. I don't know where you end. I think. Yeah.
POV, you're a... Goddamn, losing my voice. POV, you're attacked by Crack McGregor out in the wilderness.
Crack McGregor.
What are you going to do? Well, the first thing you'll notice is that his stance is incredibly bladed. This means instead of fighting him chest to chest, you're fighting him chest to, like, shoulder and vulnerable part of the knee. And with that in mind, any attack going to his lead leg is going to be super effective. You can kick it out from behind him. You could kick at his knee, forcing it to make various popping sounds and make the shape of the forbidden L. Hell, you can probably kick the front of it, go shin to shin, and snap his bone in half. But what if you're not the kicking type? Well, aside from being wrong, he doesn't really have much weight on him, so I imagine moving his entire body isn't that difficult. Honestly, you can probably just push him over. Involuntarily adjusting his height level will probably not be that hard either. Or maybe even just a gentle breeze. or an aggressive one. Either way, you probably won't have to strain the membrane to come up with a reasonable solution here. And while this has been very fun and hopefully somewhat informative, I want to make a quick announcement. This is really just a bit. It has martial arts information, but I know nothing about that gentleman, his story, what he's doing, or what he may or may not be suffering from. If he's just playing a character, cool. No harm, no foul. But if he is someone who is genuinely suffering from some kind of mental instability issue, then I would highly encourage whoever's filming him and quite possibly making money off him to get my brother some real help. And for everyone else, please, again, don't go picking fights with the homeless. Because to remind you, this was a bit. POV, you're up.
I'm gonna have that one again. All right, we'll do the rest later. Right about there. All right. Hey Dan, could you please share your video links you reacted to? Did I already delete out of them? I can go to history. Yeah, hold on. Oops, that was the wrong button again. That's how I roll. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. I have to open this one up for myself first. I already did the elliptical, but maybe I'll do it again just to watch it. Why on earth is this happening? I hate when he does that. I gotta. What's happening? What's happening? And I gotta know. What is he saying now? We watched this one. That was the one that I was like, yeah, fuck that one. But I'll save link as no, just share, right? And just copy link. I gotta do like that. All right, fine, just open it. Open link. Come on, Sabu. Fuck out of here. Why is it? Would you stop? Jesus, wouldn't let me scroll. And that one. Oh yeah, here's what this person went full bore and wanted to talk to this bitch some more about how she failed, I guess. So I'll throw that one in there too, even though we didn't watch it because I didn't want to give this person more airtime.
Hey everyone, it's Ann Emerson, and this is Criminally Obsessed. When it comes to the House of, but she says something.
I seen them late at night, like
She's just sucking this all up. Hey, I'm a horrible human being. I should totally be rewarded for said horrificness. What a failure. Yep, that's the person we want. The failure. Did I do that one? Let's see. Ohio Southern Children. Yep, that's the one. Parents booked out their 7-year-old. That was the one that was better than the other one, I think. There's that 2-minute one. And that's the long version of that other one. Long crime. Nah, we don't want to see that one. That's crap. Yeah, I think that was it. All right, so let's go to.
You just go.
Not that.
House and taking.
Starting with a shittier one. Let's go copy that one. Starting with this ass bag. I just want to make it clear that I don't like their take. Let's X out as I go. Wait, what was that one?
Well, that's right.
This is a huge story. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I'm an asshole. Dun, 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 dun. They're going into the chat, so make sure you copy and paste them as because when I shut it down here, the chat ends. If you don't refresh, at least if you're going to be doing that, because it'll go away. Sometimes the chat will stay open until, but when it's like once I sign off, it'll be Disabled.
Wasn't working, but I
Jesus. That should be a little exciting. Really exciting. Sure, everybody will love that one. Ooba dabba dooba day.
medical issues. Just
If you can stomach watching more of that one, here it is.
Conditions you cannot.
Oh, it's underneath this thing. Stop it. And easy. Take it easy.
Terrific.
Yeah, this is all the. This is when we started with, I think. Paste that shit. Blink. Now I can go. El Cremo. This dude's so annoying, but he's. I don't want the Connor Murphy story to go away. Like, I don't want people to be like, "Oh, that's open and shut. Everything's done." No, there's something going on there, and I'll explain what I think is happening too on a different channel. There's something really interesting. It's either Matrixy, just like weird shit that's popping up there, but there's a lot there. I don't want to lose what I was looking into either, because there was something there. Some of the things that he had said, some of the things that were brought up by other people, and how they intersect, and how full of shit all his so-called friends were, just because they collabed with him back in the day, and how little they knew about him, and then all the other things that they say transpired because of something that he had done. Like, oh, don't take psychedelics. Yeah, don't obtain gnosis or even a glimpse of it. That would be terrible. You don't want to realize that everything that is happening to you is a spell. God forbid. Who does that benefit? Where my niggas at? I got none niggas? That's sad. Supposed to. 4 hours and 10 minutes. No one was even a little curious. What was that guy's doing? That guy who's yelling at his phone in his little thingy here. What is this guy? Anyway, everybody got what they need. Let's see if there's anything else together. I've been there a little bit, run out of reason to pretend to talk to people. Let's see, hold on, what's going on? I've been there a little bit, run out of reason to pretend to talk with people. Yep, isn't the weather beautiful today? And then they get oddly uncomfortable when we continue with those freaking chemtrails, government war potatoes. Yeah, but more like sometimes it seems too antagonistic, filibuster, and non-consensual for my taste. Yeah. Even Edward wouldn't flock her. He'd rather get a surprise deep tissue Lego foot massage. I don't know what that was. I'm just gonna died of Goyslop. Burning sage literally kills bacteria in the air. And the demons. Yeah, but you'd have to like take your lit sage and then like stuff it in the waistband. I don't even, do they even wear waistbands in those penguin suits? If you wanted to get rid of the parasite, you'd have to like maybe roll them in sage dust and then wow. Is that what they call Roman candle? I'm not saying. I mean, totally in Minecraft. That's going on for my comment about autists who are nonverbal. Oh, gotcha. All right, I'm gonna go. Thank you so much, everybody. These are the hands. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And more to follow. All right. Good night. Get your 90